And I sing with pride. I like a Christian bride. Sup, gang? It's the Chill Island Oasis of truth and reality, finally. Sorry for the wait, you guys. I'm busy peopling, as Winston's mom puts it. Had to keep delaying it. Had to keep delaying the stream. My sister has a musical. It's Legally Blonde, the musical. And yeah, tell me about it. What's up, Jonathan? Yes, Fly Guy. I do not feel that good, and I wonder if it has to do with being in the basement. I wonder if there's mold under the carpet because my I feel kind of allergic, and my head and eyes are bothering me. So that's annoying. But I'm also allergic to cats, and the cat was in my bed, but that was 2 nights ago, and I kind of brushed off the bed. I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, kind of just more of the usual nonsense. But um, still, it's way later. 4:44 on the dot. You guys make a wish or whatever. Say a prayer. Whatever you want to do. So good. Um, it's just like, yeah, I had to talk to my friend because we're like coordinating. He wants to go, and he's like a good friend of mine. I've been friends with for a long time, but then it turned into like a whole conversation tonight, and a lot of my family's going too, but apparently they're not coming over before or after. So that's, I mean, not to be rude to them, but I don't mind. I am only gonna have to. I just need to be up to get ideally get food with my friend beforehand, and he's like all like weird about the time. Like everyone cares so much about time, and I'm like over here like fucking up my whole shit. Probably again part of my problems. I need to keep this one short for real, but I said I was gonna stream, so I figured I would and just see um who comes through. Oh wow, happy birthday, Peter! Nice, so good. Not now. Ah, okay. May 22nd is the date. You get everyone in the chat wishing you happy birthday now, dude. Happy birthday, Peter Dentigy! Funny. That'll be the running joke now, saying happy birthday to you all the time. Which I feel like that must be stealing from something. But yeah, the blue light, is that really an option? I have it on like the night mode. But yeah, this is gonna be a pretty brief stream tonight because it's already I. So basically, tonight was the first night of her musical, and so I was talking to my mom, my dad, and my sister for a while earlier, and I basically got roped into just chilling with them, which is good because I haven't really been. I need to, I need to be a normal person more, of course. Uh, but no, I mean it was good. It was just that it put off the stream. So if this ever happens again, I mean, I realize that it's not good to keep the stream waiting, but I do not care. I'm just kidding. I do care. I just want to um sometimes it's dumb, right? Like there have been many times where I've postponed the stream just because I'm like, I'm chilling and then I'm gonna just like start later. But this was a rare occasion where I was definitely continually getting caught up by people tonight because but again it's good because it's just planning for tomorrow. But um and that's the thing. I mean, I feel like planning kind of gives me anxiety a little bit. I don't know. because I would rather, which is weird, you know. Um, well, I guess it's not that weird, but my grandfather always said he had a joke that it was that I had anticipatory eventus. But the thing is like, so it's not that I care, or well, it's not that I care about it, but now it's like my friend is like, okay, well, I'm gonna have to come by, and like most people in my life are like that, and it's like it does seem to be that all the people in my life, it's like it's not just like I do need to be more timely and have a more normal schedule. Um, but now it's just like it's funny because it's such a low bar. Like I just have to be up at like 5:30 p.m. Well, I guess I have to be up and ready at 5:30 p.m. But it's like my friend, I'm sure he's gonna start hitting me up and it's gonna be like, it's like because then he wants to get there before, like early because there's gonna be the parking. It's gonna be. It's like yeah, it's probably gonna be pretty busy, but I try to keep it chill. You know what I mean? But of course, you can't always be on the chill island Oasis of truth and reality. No, but I do that. I guess I don't know. It's kind of an Enneagram 9 thing or something too. Like it's almost like dealing with the anxiety by not dealing with it, which is kind of bad, you know? I'm just like, it's whatever. I'm just going to wind up being around. But then I got my friend over here being it's like it's not anyway. It's sort of like people there are two ways of looking at it. People are annoying about there's the immature way of looking at it from my point of view, I guess, which is that people are really annoying about time in my life. Um or I can take the mature point of view and say I need to care more about time. One thing that took me a long time, no pun intended, to come to terms with was the idea of keeping people waiting, you know? And it's sort of ironic and tragic in a way, keeping the stream waiting tonight. But you guys, this is like this is fun nonsense for me right now. I'm sorry. And it's not anything personal, obviously trying to keep you guys waiting. But anyway, that's funny. It's all kind of related, you know? Like so it goes. It's kind of like, well then I gotta put this off. Um, but it's cool. Like because real life is calling. You know what I mean? Time to heed the call. No, I don't know. But kinda. It's kind of ridiculous. Like it shouldn't be such a big deal for me to get my ass up at 5:30 p.m. and go to my sister's play with a friend. And it's like, yeah, I'm gonna see a bunch of family during the intermission, but everything else is gonna be chill. We're probably gonna get food beforehand and then chill and then see the play and then chill for a while after. And it'll be chill. Um just saying chill a million times. But being chill is classic. Just like what? Just a random thought I had. It's like it is true. It is classic. It's a classic mentality. But the um oh yeah, well I guess the thing is I haven't been out and about as much lately. So I'm just like, ugh, gotta do a thing tomorrow, you know? But it's actually not it's actually, pretty chill. So it's like whatever. But um I guess the one thing that is annoying though is just like having to go to like my old high school too. And it's just like, I hope I don't see like all sorts of fucking people. You know what I mean? it's not really like I get um like social anxiety, but it's like it's just such a hassle, you know. But I probably won't. It'll probably just be like, you know, family and friends. But it's just like not trying to see like theater people. I wasn't in the theater, but I was in the music program, and you know, you just never know who you're gonna run into. But let me just like address the chat here. Right, the nocturnal sleep schedule is a sign of depression when it's not the usual. Well, it's been the usual for a long time, but maybe I've been depressed for a long time. I don't know. Which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? It is like that sometimes, like the with a lot of things in my life. It's like which came first, the chicken or the egg? But but like jerking off, I jerk off everywhere. So it's like the Beatles song, here, there, and everywhere. No, I'm just kidding. But um I have never jerked off in my entire life. Who was the Trump thing about? And no, I'm not. I mean, I'm not particularly nervous to see this friend, although um it it's not, we talk all the time, but we don't chill all the time. So that is an aspect, I guess, but it's not, it's it's more just about quote unquote peopling in general. Such a good term, peopling. Because it's just like, of course, I'm going on the night where, like, for some reason, so many people in my family are going. But again, we're not doing anything before or after, which seems a little bit weird, but I guess that's the case. So all I really have to do is like get food with my friend, go to the musical, and then chill with my friend for a little while after. So it's gonna wind up only being like a 5:30 to like midnight type of deal. Who knows? I might even have enough energy to stream after. It's not like we're doing that much. It's just that it's just like, yes, you know, a lot of people. But I don't know. It's usually not, it's all a lot of in, like I said, it's more like anticipating events, you know what I mean? It's dumb as fuck. What's the wow, you're going to hang around a bunch of normies. Wow, you're going to go hang around a bunch of normies you haven't seen since high school nearly a decade ago. It's going to be super awkward. Don't do it. No, it's not like that. It's like realistically, there's only going to be there like might be um I don't know, a handful of people that I know besides the people that I'm already like my family and stuff. I'm gonna be so preoccupied with them that it's not even gonna be in with my family and friends that I'm not gonna. I'm probably not gonna have to socialize with anyone else, but it is just something that comes to mind as annoying. Just the general vibe, you know. Plus, it's not like it's a musical I particularly want to see, but it's my sister, so it's like I'm basically seeing it for her. She's like she has like a, I guess you would say kind of a minor role, but then there's like a chorus, so she's kind of in it the whole she is in it throughout the whole musical. So it's like it will definitely be worth going. And plus, it's like, I'm glad to chill with my friend. It's just like, um, a lot of things, I guess. Like, and it's like, plus, yeah, I just like haven't been feeling that well lately, and I just hope. I tend to get nervous about not feeling well and stuff like that. Like, oh no, I hope I feel good. You know what I mean? So that's why I need to try to make sure I get a good amount of sleep. No, it's not a girl. It's a guy. He's like this guy I've been friends with since high school. Um, so he's a good friend of mine. Um, we live in the same town. Um, and like I said, we talk often. It's not like this crazy thing of like seeing him, but it has been much more less frequent lately. It's sort of like that trend though. It's weird how even like this, even like what I'm talking about now, like the fucking post COVID, where I hate to like to say it, but it's just like I feel like it kind of did change the landscape a little bit for at least for a while. I don't know if it should be so highly introverted, but I feel like COVID was an opportunity for everyone to just like become introverted. I felt it. Don't call it post COVID, truncate it into COVID. Yeah, nice. Literally. The COVID era. Yeah. It's like um it's what's sort of too bad, like my other friend too. Like I haven't seen him in forever. Like it's like fucking crazy how this shit made everyone like introverted as fuck. The thing about it is I God, no, it's like now. Of course, I don't want to get into this too much, but I um I haven't been vaccinated, but I also don't want to get COVID. I mean, um, and tomorrow night's going to be mask optional, and I mean, honestly, as far as concerns go, it's not one of the bigger things on my mind. I mean, knock on wood. I just don't think it has to be, but since it's mask optional and I'm not vaxxed, I hate to say it, but the lack of going places does wind up making me feel like, oh, well, like, should I wear a mask? But like, no, I'm not gonna wear a mask. I mean, it'll be fine, I think, knock on wood, as long as I just fucking take a shower after, I don't know. I mean, I know that's not how like COVID works. I mean, it kind of does though, doesn't it? I mean, it's like I'm sure if you're not clean, then it could make it worse. But I don't know. Anyway, I'm just very clean, so like, I mean, well, I guess I won't say very. I'm no. I'm a. I mean, I would say I'm above average clean. And I'm hermetically sealed. You know what I mean? In my house, but that's part of it. It's like I wasn't even thinking this. It's very bizarre because I wasn't even thinking about it so much until like, cause I was still going out places and stuff in, like, 2020 and 2021, and then now it's like, I've really been inside a lot for the past few months, and then it's, like, starting to, um it has a way of being like, "Okay, well, now I'm going out again," and, like, ugh, like, do I have to, like, think about it, you know? Or at least, I guess, basically, the question being, well, do I have to wear a mask. You know what I mean? Um, your odds of catching COVID are 104% unvaccinated. In contrast to being vaccinated is 100%. Yeah, my sister got COVID twice, and once was before she got vaccinated, and once was after she got vaccinated. And apparently, the second time was worse. So it didn't make a difference. I mean, you might say, "Oh, it could have potentially made it less bad the second time around," but again, just funny how she felt worse the second time, you know what I mean? But who knows? I really have no answers about this thing. I All I know is it's like I just don't wanna get vaccinated, but I also don't want to get COVID. I've made it this far, it's like knock on wood. But, are you being serious, Fly Guy? Fly Guy says your immune system is likely compromised, you're extremely vulnerable. Um, I mean, it's like, God, I hope not. I don't think I don't know. Um, Peter Energy says it was because of Cap and Omicron. Oh, right, yeah. And that's the thing. That's when it happened with Omicron. Like, and it's like, good Lord, this thing has been like, because it turns out, so my sister gets it, right? And then it turns out the Christmas party that we didn't go to because of my sister getting it, like apparently like 4 or 5 people at the Christmas party that we missed got it. And I was like, I'm like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, but when my sister got it both times, it was literally like she had a cold. So just saying, you know, it's just that you test positive for it and everyone goes bonkers. I mean, I understand like some people die, so it's fucked up, but most people don't die from COVID. I mean, knock on wood, of course. It's like soon there'll be the variant that murders everybody, but no. I mean, because that's the thing I always wonder is like, could it evolve? Because it does, it evolves. It's just that um, Omicron was the one that popped. It's the one that popped that came through. Oh yeah, peace. Sorry, yeah, peace, Jonathan Basanti. But the severity will be different, but not by much. Yeah, flying guy. Is that why you've been sequestered to the basement like Bruno from Encanto or something? Some form of Peter says you'll get some form of COVID one day. I haven't gotten it yet either. Yeah, that's like the thing too. And like with most things, I have it's unfortunately I have kind of like a weird fear of vomiting. So um of course something that comes to mind with COVID is I'm like, oh, I hope it doesn't I wouldn't want to get it to not throw up. Well, because apparently that can happen, but it's like it's not one of the symptoms people talk about more often. But then, of course, I saw some chick on Instagram recently being like, "Did anyone else vom all day when they got COVID?" And I was just like, "Oh." But then you also have to wonder, like, if people are saying they have COVID and they don't really have it. But I mean, like, it seems like a lot of you can get an at-home test really easily. I've like taken the test a bunch of times and just mostly when shit has gone down with like my sister and everything and whatever. Like, and it's like, nope, always negative. Because it'll also be scarier and deadlier and transmissible. Or well, now I know you're being sarcastic. Yeah, yeah. I just wonder if there is some weight to the thing of like staying in for a long time and then going out, and then that maybe it does actually like make you more vulnerable. But that's probably mm, just I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's probably just mm, negative thinking. I don't know. But yeah, it's weird because like of all times, it's like I'm like concerned because I'm like, well, not really, but like just thinking about it lately, like the more that I'm inside, the more that going places becomes I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Like COVID exists. You know what I mean? And then so then of course I just have to like use personal responsibility. What can you imagine that? Amazing. Um but yeah, it's not like I don't know which I'm about 50-50 though. I mean, I can't tell. I mean, I don't want to again, I don't want to get too into this topic. I really don't know that much about vaccines, COVID or the COVID vaccine in particular. But I do know that I don't. Oh yeah, also Fly Guy. What do you mean? Is that why I've been sequestered to the basement like Bruno? Um, but yeah, no, it's like, what was I rambling about? It's probably some stupid nonsense. Just some COVID. Oh right, how I don't know anything about this shit. But as far as I can tell, I just don't want to get the vaccine and I don't want to get COVID. So fucking I feel caught between a rock and a hard place. Of course, as they say. And the weird thing is, well, no, I don't know. It's just like, okay, for one, it's like I worry I don't want to get COVID mostly so that I don't throw up. But also, I um don't want to I feel like I've been dodging it like I feel like I've been literally I keep saying this like I feel like I've been dodging COVID like bullets, and I would like to, be able to say like I'm COVID free or something, you know what I mean? Or like it's just I've never gotten it, and um but that could be compromised, like everyone's immune, like my immune system after years of indoor isolation. No, I'm just kidding, but the immune system, it's everywhere. I was gonna say that too, like our immune systems. Everyone's isolated. That's the thing, and that's what's ironic. People fucking. The sad thing is there probably is something to that, but I don't know. I'm sure it's not too drastic the change. It's like fucking going to place. I mean, granted, it's an auditorium and it's like mask optional, but it's like I think I can handle it. I stream tomorrow from the hospital from getting horrible COVID right away just by walking in the school. My friend's brother, the same friend I'm going with tomorrow night, he is like full fledged. Like, I don't give a fuck about, like, I'm not getting the vaccine and I don't give a fuck about getting it. And I don't, like, he's full fledged in it. In fact, we were just talking, me and my, friend were just talking about him earlier. And this guy, um, I literally my friend's not, like, into type stuff, but it's like I had to tell him, I was like, "Dude, honestly, this shit, like, he really is like a counterphobic Enneagram 6, you know?" Um, that actually reminds me of because I was thinking before I got fucking held up for mad long. I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's what I want." I've thought about a few things tonight to talk about, but I do really wanna keep this short. I do really need to keep this short. Um I there's hold on. What? Yeah, exactly. Fly Guy says you're always in the basement away from your families because you're a radical anti-vaxxer, irresponsible citizen, potential mass spreader. No, it's like, yeah, I they're my family have all gotten it. Um, yeah, the friend I'm going with tomorrow night, he got it too. And this his brother though did not get it. But it's just funny. I kind of wish I could be more like fuck it about it, like full fledged. Like like yeah, he won't wear a mask and like he won't do any of that shit. Um, meanwhile it's like I mean I understand like my family and my friend, they literally just it's like everyone I know basically what has gotten it almost entirely because they want to just like do things, you know? I think, at least most of them. I mean, that's what my friend says, but I have a sneaking suspicion that, like, that's how it is with, like, everyone. Like, my family and everyone that got vaccinated. It's like, yeah, it's about, like, not getting it and keeping other people safe, but it's also like, well, like, good for you. Now, you're allowed to go to this concert or do this thing, and, like, it's like, great. Fuck you. No, but I don't know. I also do understand, like, the virtues of being vaccinated. It's just this vaccine, I find, you know? I mean, maybe I'm just a plebe and I, like, know it would be and maybe I'm an ironically, right? A plebe because I just, like, go on the internet, but I just but I just can see both sides on this thing, and I can't bring myself to do it. I feel I don't wanna be like, "You know what? I just really need this jab." But then I also thought I'm like, "But I also don't wanna get COVID." And I'm just like, "Fuck you." Honestly, guys, like, when I was growing up, you know what it's like, what pisses me off about all of this shit is, like, fucking, you know, like, man, when just growing up, uh, just, like, dealing with OCD and shit, and people would always call me, like, a germaphobe and stuff, and it's like, then this shit happens, and, it's almost like it's weird, uh how it feels like the tables have turned or something. Of course, it's not like I'm going out and about either. It's not like like I said, I don't want to get it. But it's just very strange. It kind of feels like the world went crazy. I'm the one sane man, the trope, riding in the unto the sunset like a cowboy. I kind of feel like that's the other part of it that's cringe though, is that that's probably what like a lot of like the people that don't get the vaccine, like, think they're doing, like, it's so crazy and weird, like, nowadays, it's just it's political. Literally, my mom being like several times being like, "Oh, like, I'm not gonna" It's like if she'd be like, yeah, but like if you wear if you don't wear a mask and stuff, like people will think you're a Trump supporter. And I'm just like, that's so fucking stupid. My mom's an ESFJ, so it's like whatever the FE. That's another thing I was thinking about earlier too about FE stuff. It's just like whatever everyone's doing, it's like, oh, better not like look a certain way, like wouldn't want to get affiliated with the unpopular group. You know what I mean? It's like I never said I was a Trump fan. I never said I was anti-vax. I'm just apprehensive about this vaccine. And I completely understand where, like, for example, like the freedom convoy people are coming from, and like all of that, you know. But right, wouldn't want to look like a Trump supporter. And she said that so many times, not like in a truly worried way, but just in like a super FE conscious way. And I'm just like, ugh, it's like that's all people care about, isn't it? You know what I mean? Everything is about either looking bad or good. You know what I mean? Wouldn't want to look bad, right? You know, I mean, it's a stupid thing, but what are you gonna do? I mean, some people just it's like it's FE stuff. It's like, but I'm more specifically hung up on like the whole like you'll be affiliated with this group thing, you know? Like it's like really if I don't wear a mask in public, I'm a I'm an alt-right QAnon uh fucking whatever. Not saying those two are the same, but you know what I mean. Like just like white supremacist somehow it comes back to white supremacy. People will make that argument too. They'll be like it's white people that like to be they have the it's white men who have the nerve. They're the only people that have the nerve to not wear a mask in public and stuff like that. You know what I mean? They're the only people. Hey, listen, I can take man, a good white male joke. There's truth in that. There's truth in that. Nah, but it's stupid. It's it's racialist. No, but that's just outrageous. Don't be making assumptions, you know, because you know what they say. Assumptions make an ass out of you and me, or assuming whatever the saying is. Assumptions make an ass out of you and me. Um, my favorite thing though is when people are just a bundle of hot takes. You know what I mean? Um, like I'm trying. Let me think of like an awesome bundle of hot takes. Like I'm an anti-vax liberal Trump supporter fascist. And no, there needs to be more. And I'm pro-abortion or I'm pro-choice. And I'm a devout Muslim. That's my favorite shit, you know. Like what I thought was pretty amazing and based? I'll just say it. Like my friend that I'm talking about and his brother, the brother who's super like anti like all this shit. They're half Jewish. And this guy posted on his story, on his Instagram story, something about all about like um it's like the Holocaust vibes. And so many people like that. Now that's a hot take. You can get disowned for that though. You can get exiled for that shit. I mean, it's one thing to be like anti whatever this situation, anti basically anti COVID vax and anti forced vaccinations, but to compare it to the Holocaust and be half Jewish, based. Hashtag based. And he also said that this shit is satanic. But like I said, he's totally a counterphobic Enneagram 6. He types ESTJ too, which makes sense to me. I think he's an ESTJ Enneagram 6. LOL, fly guy. But like, the fact of the matter is though that like it's a hot take. I mean, it's like I was seeing a bunch of um people, not even including Jewish people and non-Jewish people, like posting being like, these people comparing it to the Holocaust are belittling the Holocaust and everything. And then here you got like, you know, my half Jewish friend's brother being like literally comparing it to the Holocaust and um calling the forced vaccinations stuff satanic. That's epic. That's based. Yeah, he should be on here. In fact, both of them should probably come on here. I've sort of been like with I mean, I've been telling my family like, "Oh yeah, like I'm doing a stream and whatever," like uh but it hasn't really made that. I told my friend one night, I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm streaming mostly just talking to the people from that type thing, whatever." Keeping it super low profile though, like just from everybody. Well, because it's not real. It's like not real yet, you know. Once it gets more real, I'll make it more public, I guess. But right now, I'm just like, no one from my real life come through. You know what I mean? See, now that I say that, people from my real life are gonna come through. um, so funny. Like, it's like my sister knows that I'm doing these streams, but she knows well enough to not go on here. I don't know. I don't know. It's just like, well, it's interesting because it's not like there's anything necessarily that I would say here that I wouldn't say to like my close family and friends. But it's like once it starts branching out into people that like don't know me as well, I guess is when I start to think about it. It's weird, dude. It's almost like I want it's almost like the people that I want here are people who don't know me in my real life at all, or they know me in my real life really well, which is kind of a weird extreme. But it's almost like I'd rather people who like only know a little bit about me or something like not come through, or like let's say like if like like a relative of mine that like I don't really talk to like came in and like saw me talking about vaccines and stuff, you know what I mean? It'd just be like, I mean, it's not like I wouldn't stand by my thoughts and feelings about this stuff, but I would just kinda be like, yeah, that's I mean, that's what I think." Not that, there's any yeah, you know what I mean? It's kind of just like, and then who knows, yeah, exactly, Fly Guy. It's like, I mean, who knows this some stuff that might come out talking about wait, hold on. Peter, yeah, exactly. Am I just a voice who's Peter says, "Am I just a voice who's most times text on a screen?" Oh, yeah, ESTJ. Well, actually, he might not be ESTJ. He might be ENTJ. Honestly, though, if I mean, if you really were gonna call it into question, like it might be that kind of vibe where like he it's more like he wants to be ESTJ or ENTJ because like he's pretty introverted, but I could totally see it. Funny enough, most of like I don't even know. It's almost like I don't know. He's a bigger dude. It's funny because he could almost be like he likes people like Alex Jones, and like he probably could like do a good like Alex Jones impression. I don't know what Alex Jones is, but I feel like he could be ESTJ though, or ENTJ or something like that. But that's a good. They're very different people, but like I mean, my friend's brother is much more like sedate, I guess. But like he can um pop off, you know what I mean? It's just that I mean, my grandfather types ESTJ, and like he's kind of stoic like that. Like it's kind of like he's pretty reserved and stoic, but like he was a cop, and you know, he is fairly stern. He's very nice and family oriented. But it's like it would make sense that it does make sense that he's ESTJ. But yeah, I kind of just feel like that's how it is with them though. Like they don't necessarily um I mean, I only know a few, but and they might and like it's like who knows, right? They might not even really be ESTJ, but from what I gather, like it's like they're pretty social, but like selectively social. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like might be that it's kind of like that Delta Quadra thing, like of like chilling with like groups and clubs and stuff like that. Like it's like they're not it's almost like they're not that extroverted by um I don't know. They're extroverted in a TE way. It's just kind of like, well, when like what needs to get done, gets done. I mean, it is what it is. It's probably like the ESTJ motto or something. Is like it is what it is or something like. Well, it is what it is. We have to just address it and move forward. It's like, um, not. It's just not FE type socialization. Like they don't need it. It's kind of just like it's like, yeah, I'm ESTJ, but like I could take or leave the socialization. It's like, in fact, I'm sure a lot of them can be pretty antisocial, but they do have like FE role, which is kind of funny and makes sense, right? Like they can kind of like they can kind of do it though, like, and it's almost like a shitty job. Like I imagine an ESTJ just kind of being like, there, like trying to like comforting someone and just being like, there, question mark. Be like, there. Not like they could play like they can play the part, but not for long. Like it won't be long until they're just like, okay, well, this is what I think, and this is what I think you should do. Like, like I'm gonna lay out the plan. This is the plan. What I mean there thing is like if like an ESTJ was like comforting you, I could imagine them kind of just like playing the part of FE, like patting you on the back and being like, there, there kind of thing. Like just like it's gonna be fine. You're good. It's all good. And then, it's like if it starts to get like real heavy, I don't know. Who knows what they're liable to do, but most of the time they're probably gonna then the truth and reality will come through, and it'll just be like, all right, well, it's like if you want to know what I want to do, or it's like if you want to know what I think you should do, it's like here it is. Like I'm just talking about FE roll. But yeah, if like I says, maybe he'd be disturbed. I don't know if he said he or who, but it's like maybe he'd be disturbed by seeing you in the basement talking about coming everywhere. That's the whole thing about the fam. Saying Alex is a person. ENFJ? Maybe. What's the good? What's a good trope? Yeah, roll is eighth. ESTJ is FI eight, fourth, so they have FE eighth. Eighth. Um, I know FE eighth is asshole. FE roll is eighth. Hmm. I mean, I always imagined it as being exactly like it sounds. It's like, yeah, you could play the role for a while. I always think of if like it's taking over like substitute teacher, or like for the day. It's like, yeah, I can do it for the day, but like not for a week. Also, yeah, what's a good trope? I mean, yeah, I don't know. Isn't that basically what types are anyway? It's all tropes. It's like, who knows? But I mean, it's like I could see it though. Like I could see like an ESTJ like slipping into that role. Like, I mean, like put it this way: if Jesse Lee Peterson, for example, like if he's like an ESTJ, like he kind of does that when he talks on the phone with people. It's kind of like, all right, brother, like it's like, but he'll say a lot of things that are just totally like not giving a fuck like about your feelings. Like, but then he'll kind of be nice in the end. Especially if you agree with him, like if it goes well. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's what ESTJs probably will do. It's like I'm saying, especially if you go to them for advice, like I don't know where the advice. I guess I just kind of imagine for some reason I first think of like advice. I mean, I guess it makes sense though, because like JLP gives advice. Dr. Phil gives advice. He's people say usually say he's an ESTJ. Like I imagine. I mean, isn't is what do you guys think is like? I'm not sure about him, but mm, like Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec. For some reason, I've started to conceptualize him as like an ESTJ, but I don't know. I mean, he could even be. It's pretty different, but I mean, he could even. Well, actually, no, I don't think he could be. He probably is an ESTJ. It's that soft inner heart that comes through, though. That's what's so interesting about EXTJs. Yeah, exactly. I've seen him be typed ISTP. I mean, maybe you're right because that's what I was gonna say. It's like I know it's pretty different, but I do also think of ISTP. I think I've seen it. I think I've seen him typed as ISTP before. ESTJ, it's like he is good at like crafts and stuff, like crafting, building. I mean, I don't. I only watch Parks and Rec like in a cursory kind of way. Like they play reruns on Comedy Central a lot. And, like sometimes I have it on in the background. So it's like I've seen a decent amount of it. But I mean, I was just going off of like, well, he's stoic and he kind of like gives advice whether he wants to or not. Could be like roll FE, kind of like, you know, freaking super. He's super practical. Like, I don't know what else. I mean, he's literally like an anti-government, like government member in a way. Like he works for the. What does he do again though? I don't even know. But he does something, and he's pretty like libertarian-ish. I don't know. I just thought like, yeah, maybe he's an ESTJ. But yeah, exactly. Thank you, Peter. That's what I thought. Like it would be they're the same, but it's like the directionality is different. I just couldn't think of the. Sometimes it's a lot to keep track of. I wish it was all muscle memory at this point, but it's still can be like, I'm thinking, well, today TI they're both T Dom, but then I'm like struggling to think of like, well, what's the second function like, you know, because like even right now I'm like SES. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, it is. No, it is like that. Now I'm getting it. So good. Yeah, that's amazing how it's the directionality. I was just thinking earlier how INFJ and ENFP are like that. But the thing is, oh, actually no, yeah, that's right. They're not in different quadrants. Nice. Amazing. Teaching Jesse Lee Peterson about MBTI. It's like you're an ESTJ. He's like, does that make me a conservative? It's just like, uh, yeah, kinda. He's like, all right. I'm a ESTJ. He would literally say that to me. He'd be like, I'm a ESTJ. So funny. But yeah, ESTJ is like gym teacher vibes, your manager vibes, your friend's dad vibes. Sports coach, lol. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was funny the other day too. And you said Flow State is Taylor from Flow State is Coach McGurk from Home Movies, and I'm Brendan Small. That's probably factual. That's why he needs to come through here. Of course, I actually need to. I think I've only like chatted on his stream like once, so that's true. So like I should establish a rapport with him first. That'd be dope if he came through. Um, because that's great. I love their dynamic. That show is so good. Bruh, I thought Jonathan sounded like, oh yeah, well that actually was what made me say that. You said something about Jonathan Basanti's voice sounding like him, and then at some point during the conversation, like during the last stream and we were talking on the stream, like I said it too. I was like, dude, I just heard it. You did kind of just sound like Flow State or Taylor. I keep calling him Flow State now, like there, it's weird because it goes back and forth. I used to call him Taylor because I knew him from the Whereby rums, and then now it's like I just know him, but we never really talked. So it's like the um the YouTube name now. I just think of it. Oh, Flow. Just call him Flow State. It's a cool name though. So like, why not? Kind of makes sense though. Out of respect, pay my respects. Call him Flow State. Like it's like, nah, man. You don't know me like that. Y'all don't know me like that. I remember though, like one of the first times I came in, or one of the first times I was talking to him on Whereby, I was like, it was a bunch of people. It was usually a bunch of people. So that was the other thing. Was that I usually couldn't could never really like basically I just didn't get really a chance to like talk to him specifically. But um he's like everyone was like, oh yeah, like, CJ, what type are you? And I was like, well, at the time, this was like a few years ago now, but I was like, yeah, well, like, I'm pretty sure I'm ENFP. And then Taylor was just like, why would you want to be that type? Or something like that. And I was just like, I was just honest. I was just like, I don't know. It just seems to make them, I mean, that's what I keep getting on tests and it makes sense. Like, well, I just was like, I think I use NE and I think I use FI. And it was just like, yeah, okay. But yeah, I was just like, lol, that makes sense. Like that makes sense that he would say that, especially coming from an ESTP. But then I noticed something. He had some decoration in his house from like the Big Lebowski, and I was like, nice. So like I complimented, or at least he had a girlfriend on there too, or something, and she or wife. I don't know I don't want to, I don't know, but whatever something significant other partner whatever, and I at least told her that, and she was like, oh nice. I don't know. It's just I. So it's basically I know very little about him other than the YouTube channel. I mean, I'm basically just call him Flow State or Taylor from Flow State. But then I got seeing some of his videos though, I was like, oh nice. It's like this kind of vibe. So he's like, I don't know, he's clearly pretty conservative, right? Like and like interested in like I don't want to say like conspiracy theories, but like kind of just like well, at least like anti-government and like kind of like anti-authoritarian vibes, which like I appreciate very much. So I don't know. I'd probably I would think we would probably get along. But yeah, right. Fly Guy says, why you remember that? Now you have as high. He gave you a complex and made your type journey confused for years. No, but that's just one of the many times where it's been like where I got the distinct sense that I mean, to be honest, it did kind of put me off the label. I mean, um, it's also made me in some ways almost want to be INFP more. But I do think though that INFP makes sense too. I mean, I think a few types make sense, but uh I don't think INF I mean, I was thinking INFP made sense, but there was a part there is that aspect though of thinking of it how like um first of all, I genuinely don't. I've said this a million times now, but it's like I think polar SE makes more sense than polar TI for me. However, I'm well aware of the reputation, of the ENFP is sort of like dumb or at least illogical and subjective and God only knows postmodern. I don't know. But the INFP, I'm aware that I don't know. It's like they at least know they can shut their big mouths every once in a while, and I'd like to think that I can do that. I mean, I am very talkative, but I started to think, well, I could conceive of it in both ways, like using NE as a tool or using FI as a tool. It's like, oh yeah, use NE to kind of like navigate um life. It's not necessarily my primary mode. Or I could see that it is my primary mode and that I'm using FI to navigate by discerning, what it is that my personal values are. Um but then of course I could consider either of the other NFs where it's like, no, it's actually NI and FE. And then to a lesser extent FE and NI, but it's like I sort of keep coming back to these same results though. You know what I mean? Or it could be that I'm just completely different somehow. I could be a fucked up ISTJ or something, or a uh, or even an ESTJ, or well, but then it just starts getting ridiculous, right? It's like then I'm like, well, then I could be the IN, and then I could be the INTJ and the ENTJ, but then after that, I'm just like, all right, it's like no, it's like stick to at least uh 4, and for me, it's definitely the NFs. I mean, it's been pretty consistent throughout my whole life. I mean, like when I first typed ENFP, I even thought that made sense because I was thinking, well, yeah, I just unfortunately tend to experience more of the SI grip, you know. But again, then it started to make sense thinking, well, no, it's actually I could be INFP because it's actually like it's not like I'm uh I I could also see that I do use it a lot, you know what I mean? So it's like, why not consider third slot? So it all just kind of like made me wanna. But yeah, that's funny. I mean, hold on, one sec. PNDG and I see NFTS in you. That's a joke. That's cool. Well, at least it's somewhat consistent. Peter Dentity says, Fly Guys staters. Oh, sorry, states SFTN, and I don't have any intuitive flags go off that think contrary. SFTN. Oh wow, yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I could believe that. Definitely. Um, but not an extrovert. Fly guy says I'm not. Fly guy says I'm not an extrovert in a million years. Introverted 8. Oh yeah, that is funny. An introverted 8. You haven't read. Oh, that just comes from TI users who don't value FI. Very true, Peter. There are high IQ people who are TI 7s. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, I've always excelled with I mean, verbally, uh, like to some degree at least. I'd like to think like sort of creatively, sort of artistically, and then of course, I mean, in my opinion, at my best, to some degree, morally. You know what I mean? I mean, and those are just like those, but those are also my values. So it's kind of difficult to say like, well, you know, well, is that what I really am, or is that what I value, or is it both? It's probably both. I think it's like, well, even if it is just a value thing, it just so happens that I'm pretty good at them. So like, why the fuck not? But it would be nice to get it right, just as a framework. I mean, but I have been pretty set on some kind of like XNFP. Even my whole thing that I always say is like I'm just like a rogue XNFP because I'm not a fucking you know social justice warrior like fucking you know uh hardcore lefty or anything. It's crazy. It's because it winds up getting that is the first thing that I tend to think of though. Because that, and then I'll look around and I'll be like, oh fuck yeah, this person's probably ENF. I mean, there's cool people. It's funny though, because Fly Guy says, wait, hold on. Peter Dendigy says the TI seventh plays dumb just for fun in a similar manner. FI seventh plays dumb on FI domain things. Things. That's funny. I could kind of see me doing that, but like that's interesting. Fly Guy says, yeah, I've seen a study that said ENFP had the highest AQCG lol. Yeah, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be surprising if they're higher IQ. But instead of chat ENFP, I guess you can be Virgin INFP if that's what you think. Yeah. Well, that's kind of funny that you would say that because it's like I know what you mean, but at the same time, I'm thinking like I'd almost rather be like, well, I'd rather have like kind of like I don't know, man, like NI like resonance, like or something. Um, it's like not. I mean, I'm pretty polar SE. Like I said, I mean, it's like I said, it's like, oh, I gotta get up and do this thing tomorrow. It's like this big hassle. I mean, I guess this could. It's not a huge hassle, but it's like enough to talk about, enough to care about, and it's like, but you honestly, it could be many things. Like not necessarily being. I mean, it really could be that I'm just still in the ENFP. You know what I mean? I mean, when I was a kid, I was definitely very ENFP. And then somewhere around my teenage years, I think I became more of an INFP. And then now it's like, I'm in my mid 20s and I'm like, okay, which is more true? Could still be ENFP. Um, what describes an wait? I'm trying to coordinate this. Mm, I don't know if it's an oxymoron. I well, kind of because um, core eights always like extend themselves, right? So they're pretty forceful, pretty SE by definition. Again, probably I feel like I'm eight is like maybe the least likely Enneagram type for me. I mean, but it's not like ISTP is incredibly far off. I mean, that's SE tool. Yeah, that's pretty funny, Peter. Peter He says it's so high they're dumb. Full circle, talking about ENFPs, IQs. Yeah, there could be something to that. I mean, I've always felt like I'm smart, but not like conventionally smart, like good at math and science, like good in the STEM field, smart, like good in the. And I realize that even this can sound like patting myself on the back or like making myself sound cool, but it's like no. Oop, my alarm. I set this to make sure I try to sleep early-ish. My ridiculous sleep schedule. But yeah, so I should probably get going soon. But anyway, like what was I saying? I don't know. You get the point. It's kind of like not I don't know. I don't remember what I was saying, but it's fine. Just being bad at SE and stuff like that. Oh, TI. Yeah. Just talking about it sounds like the I'm talking about the rapper. Oh, TI, exactly. But no, the using introverted thinking. Oh, math, STEM, all of that, like just not being and not really being book smart either. Like I've never really been a reader. Like, you know, it's like um, never really being into like um, that's pretty much it, though. So, and I can lapse on things a lot. I mean, when I first typed ENFP, it got me a little bit insecure. Well, once I figured out polar TI, it got me a little insecure about my intelligence because well, it's like I started noticing like, oh yeah, it's true. Like, because especially the thing that they would say is like, oh, like they act like they know more than they really do sometimes, and like and I mean, I think it's like I get it because I'm more focused on like any FIing. Um even in the whereby people would be like, I remember someone said like directly, like saying something about like that I'm not really debating, like, which is fine, but I'm just kind of like saying stuff, and I'm like, well, yeah, first of all, that's what you guys just love to come here to do, like, because everyone would always debate about stuff on there, but also be like, the other thing though is that I don't know about a lot of this stuff, and then there's also just I mean, it's a lot of things. It's sort of being trying to like get along in general. But then finally, and most importantly, more just being interested on sharing like my opinions, I guess you could say, like, and like, um, you could say that there are a lot of times where, um, I don't know, like I guess maybe I can be kind of contradictory, but I think I've gotten a lot better with it over time. But that was just the thing. That was the major thing too. Was like the ENFPs, they'll contradict themselves too. Like they'll pretend so it's like first of all they'll kind of pretend they're smart, and then second of all they'll contradict themselves. It's like and thus especially the last part, proving their TI polar because it's not uh objective logic, and then that leads to this other thing, right, of this like postmodernist thing, kind of like, right, of being like kind of a relativist, like, well, it doesn't matter because it's like that's just subjective or whatever. But that was the thing too, it's like I've never been like that though, like I but I could see how people would double down. I could see how an ENFP could double down and be like, no, I'm fucking right, and like blah blah blah. But I don't know, maybe that's just uh what happens when you try to TE too hard, you know? That's why it's actually a big part though of, to some extent, right, of like why I guess like I try to be humble to some degree, like uh because it's like I know that like I don't it's the whole thing, right, of like I know that I don't know everything. So it's like I'm not gonna um like, sometimes if it's like I like to get cocky, like, I do like to be the Chad ENFP, but I can be pretty, like, sort of like, I guess, I don't know, it can be indecisive, which is an ENFP thing in itself, but it starts to get me wondering if I'm actually just FI Dom and then any tool, you know what I mean? Because it seems like more than anyone, the INXPs have that problem, as Eric puts it. Put what did he say? Pulling the trigger, pulling the trigger. It's like I've always been very bad with my timing in that regard, and just like, but speaking of timing, not being so good with time. Back to funny enough, and no pun intended too. Back at the beginning of the stream, and I was talking about time, my problems with time, and I always thought that that was fourth slot SI, and like seeking SI. I mean, and that always kind of in made sense too. Like it all kind of makes sense. Like, I didn't build the idea out of bullshit, because like it took me a second to think, oh, really? Like I want like a pilgrim wife. I mean, that is if you like buy into duality. But then when I got into what once I just got a bit of knowledge about it, I was like, oh, well, that actually kind of makes sense though, because you just tend to all my SI needs and stuff. You know what I mean? Like that's like the shit that, you know, whatever, right? Like, and I was kind of like, damn, like I can see that. Just a lot of things that made sense. Um, horse. Horses. Horse. And the cats ones. Yeah, I mean the tri-type stuff. Yeah, that's like a whole other fucking topic here. I mean, but I'm reading what you guys are saying, but I'm just focusing on I'm just kind of, I'm probably gonna stop streaming fairly soon. But uh, could be factored. Uh, Peter says a sharing of opinions in a way is being NEFI. Like, I mean that. I mean, and that's how I've conceived of it. Like I'm thinking like because like I said, like people in the whereby sometimes they'd be like, okay, like I don't know. I'd just be like, no, yeah, no, I'm just saying though. Like, I mean, we can like it's like I don't really want to debate. I mean, it's like I will, but that's I guess the nine in me. But then I started thinking, well, oh, well, maybe I really am an INFP because I'm a nine. You know what I mean? So then it's again, that's something that makes sense there too. Um, it's like not wanting to be challenged, but also positing myself, not positing authority though on something that's undue. Like if they're talking about the war, stuff going on in Cuba, and even though it's not necessarily a TI thing per se, right? It's like, well, I have nothing to say about this, so I'm gonna butt out. So there'd be like long times on the whereby where I'd just be like quiet, and I'd just talk to people on the chat about some bullshit. But then if you get me going about like music and film and like the stuff that I'm actually good at and like know, at least quite a bit about, then it's like, oh, there you go. And then if you're talking about more philosophy or psychology type stuff, it's like I'll say stuff too. But it's like there's a lot that I don't know though. So I'll be like, oh, and what do you think about this? It's like it's like it makes for good conversation, but my point being that like I would never pretend to like I could definitely see ENFPs doing that. And it's a thing that it made me aware of it, is to think like, don't act like a know-it-all because you know you don't know it all, and it's like, and as they always say, right, the fucking, that's how wisdom begins. So it was useful to me in a way to conceive of myself as that because it made me take pause and think like maybe if I am not always flapping my dumb lips around, I'll listen and learn something, Um nah, but the thing is that I do love to give my opinion though. It's like, you know, it's just that I'm not gonna spout off about some bullshit that I don't at least know a decent amount about. And if I don't know a decent amount about it, I will tell you. Like, for example, talking about COVID and vaccines earlier, I'm like, guys, I know about as much as I'm sure you guys do, if not less. Who knows? Maybe more than some people, but probably less than a lot of people. But I'm just gonna tell you what I feel about it, and here it is. And so, anyway, back to my point being, well, it's not really like a debate, but it's like whatever. I'm not really. It's like I'm not necessarily a debater by nature. You know what I mean? That's basically what I'm trying to say here. Call it the nine thing, call it the whatever, but I like to think though that I'm not a that I could be a good debater and that I'm only not because I try to be humble because I know that I don't know enough to get in learned debates on certain topics. Uh, it's like why would I do that? To just posture and then embarrass myself further. Um, I mean, not further. Not it wouldn't be. It would be a charade. It would be a fake. Like if I wanted to be fake and pretend like, oh yeah, I know all about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Um, I don't know. Maybe I could bluff. That's a bad example, but yeah, it's like I could bluff my way into it. But like usually, I'm just gonna be like, I mean, I don't really know that. I'm just gonna like stay out of this and not say anything about it. Really, like to be fair, honestly, that's mostly how I feel right now about the Russia and Ukraine situation. I mean, it's like I know the bare minimum about it. So like why would I come on here and like pretend unless I just wanted to fucking live a lie, you know, and just be like, guess what, you guys? The Ukraine, Russia deploying troops. It's see, it's like even right now, it's like I don't even know what to say. I can't even give a good example of like what that would look like. But it would basically look like me posturing. Like, it would probably just be like, well, the relations between Russia and Ukraine haven't always been good. And then people will be like, can you elaborate on that? And I'd be like, no. Russia, and I'd be like, Russia is a world superpower, and I understand, you know, the invasion appears to be unjust. And it's like, can you elaborate on that? I'm like, no, not really. I mean, it's like, Vladimir Putin. You know what I mean? Just like saying buzzwords. That's what I mean. Like I could probably bullshit. I could just bullshit. Be like, oh well, Russia. I mean, the thing is, they used to be communist. They still are. They have the regime, the socialist regime, and the USSR. I'm just like saying things like people, you know what I mean? But that would just be me pretending that I don't know. I don't know if it's TI per se, right? But it's so I'm just saying I try to be humble in that regard. Like, but it started getting to the point though where I started thinking, okay, well, maybe I just don't have polar TI then because it's like I'm so like willing to like not just be humble, but to be like to learn more. But they do say that you will like allow help in your TI. I mean, I do care, but for example, though, like the whole thing that like it seems like a lot of even INFPs they do come to this like relativist philosophy that I don't agree with, like moral relativism. You know what I mean? Um, and like that's just not something that I agree with. I think it's pretty objective, but I think that I do understand the appeal towards thinking that way when you're not so good at TI to begin with, so you just kind of say fuck it, like you know what I'm saying? I'm not necessarily talking about like nihilism, but more like just relativism, just kind of like Well, I'm an ENFP, like, I don't have time to, like, parse out all the details, so I'm just gonna say that, morality is relative. And I'm just over here being like, "Okay, well, you're just not putting in the time to, like, how." It's like the 10 commandments, buddy. It's like they're pretty set, I don't know. Like a pretty but even that itself could be like, I don't know. Um, Fly Guy says maybe try to think of ENFPs or INFPs, not TV show characters. Try to think who you resemble more, despite sharing names and functions in a similar stack. Different dominant functions should express really distinctly. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like I can only think of a few though, and they're pretty disparate. I mean, not totally, but fairly, fairly disparate. And then of course, like people, I guess that I've talked to on like whereby and on TWFP and the TWFP whereby and now here, but even on here, like even on TWFP lately and on here, there are like aren't any NFPs. So it's just like I don't know. Yeah, like Peter says the music and film speakings is more FI than TI unless it's about the TI of music of movie slash music making. Yeah. That's what I mean. And like I've never been very technical even about these things that I love very much. Like I don't know. It's weird. I would just rather any FI about it. Or at least NIFE about it. You know what I mean? Well, it's like I've said this too. Like I don't know. I have a soft spot though for TE. And I have a sort of love-hate relationship, I guess, with SI, and I just feel like I'm bad at SE, and then I just feel like my TI is up for debate. I guess you could say but personally, I don't think I'm that bad at TI, but it all kinda adds up to some kind of NF, and then and in my opinion, most likely XNFP. Um, so like I says, "You seem like a pretty peaceful guy. I don't see why not 9, not particularly helpful like a 2 either. Lol." Um No, sadly. I wish I was more helpful though. Um, like if it's gonna be if I'm gonna be helpful, it's gonna just be by, speaking on things that I'm good at or something like that. So and just talking things through with people. Uh As much as I wish I could be more helpful in a hands-on way, like that's never really been my style. That's why, there were these two people on the whereby they were actually like a couple, and they were both really into Enneagram, and they were like, I thought, one of them at least, they're like, I mean, they postulated the two being a possibility for me, and I just literally, it was one of those times where I was actually just like, lol, I'm not a two. You know what I mean? But she was just like this, it was this chick, and she was just like, "Well, you just, consider it because it's like I thought I was a 9 and a 4 and all that." I mean, those are the types I think I am. But she's like, and it turned out that I was actually a 2. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, "No, I know 2s." And it's like, no, just no. But I did read stuff about 2s where I was like, that's interesting, but of course, like a typical 9, I guess, I can just see myself in all of the types. But yeah, if I'm gonna be helpful, it's going to be helpful in my own way. Hopefully, that can become, you know, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about astrology, but I mean, it can be pretty arbitrary, but I do think it's pretty funny that like I'm an Aries sun or what I mean like so I'm an Aries sun, and basically my north node or something is in Libra, and essentially, the life lesson of that is like to help people, It's like, I mean, it says here it's all about balance without leaving yourself or your self noted Aries behind. But basically, the lesson is to like be literally. It says to put others before self. You know what I mean? And it's like, ever since I was a very little kid, I always felt like this all makes sense, and that it's an ex NFP thing, like it's an FI thing, you know. I've just been pretty well socialized with FE, and to some extent, I don't mind using it, but I also get pretty exhausted by it, like my whole spiel about peopling. I mean, I don't necessarily. It's not like that it is a little bit different now with like the post-COVID vibes or the povid vibes, as Fly Guide describes it. But so it's like yeah, it's a unique situation, but um I'm totally fucking ambiverted. Oh, right, but the whole thing of not wanting to FE, that's what I meant to really say, is that I mostly just don't feel like doing FE stuff. I mean, SE stuff and FE stuff. But it's also whatever I just said too. Of course, now I immediately forget. Polar TI. Oh. Uh yes, just like not something about FE. Oh, right, just like NF just being like it just always made sense to me, when I would read the NFP stuff. It's like, oh, there's like this tendency to kind of like be selfish in a way. And basically what I'm telling you guys right now, while there's two people here, I wish there were more people because they might, I don't know, because this is deep stuff, guys. That's like I'm writing in my diary right now. No, I'm just kidding. But in my little INFP diary, no, I don't even know. I seriously don't even know anymore what type I am. But I don't know. It's like probably ENFP to an extent at the very least, and or just INFP esque. But no, I was gonna say the real vibe, which is that everyone, I feel as though people that don't know me think I'm people that don't know me very well think I'm nice, like I'm really nice, and people that know me really well think I'm selfish, you know? It's like they don't think I'm mean though, not necessarily, but people that know me well have a very different conception of me. Like sort of tragic. Nah, but I don't I don't really mind because I get it. I mean, what I feel like it is just fucking FI stuff. I'm just kind of like, I'm sorry, like I can't be bothered, but um, it's like it's might as well cultivate it like a sword, though. I always thought like if I was ENFP, I could sort of like sharpen my FI like a sword or something. You know what I mean? Maybe that sounds bad in a way, but I think it's good. Like, why not? I might as well like try my best to be objective and like it's like being creative and objective somehow. It's a big part of my vibe. It's like this 9 and 4 type war. I'm an Aries sun in a Cancer moon, so it's like they're squared. What I want is to be the leader, and what I need is to be secure. You know what I mean? And I mean, it all seems pretty, uh, like, uh, compatible with some kind of XNFP approach. But I think it was Winston's mom who said that my chart reads SJ. And yeah, Jonathan was saying like, "Oh, like you cuz my Aries, there's a bunch of stuff. It's, astrology stuff. It's like my Mars is in Aries and stuff. So there's a lot of like actionable type stuff going on. Like I have like 3 planets in Aries, right? So I have like Sun, Mars, and Mercury. So that's fiery. That's like that basically means, that I have the theoretically, if you even want to call it theory, right? Like theoretically it means that not only are my like ambitions very Aries fiery, but my speech and my like dry like my physicality are uh very Aries, very fiery. So it's kind of like aggressive. You know what I mean? Anyway, let me just look at the chat here. More tests about it. Yeah, true though. Picture of a comedy sake would be TI because that's just being mature with the seventh TI integrated, as they say. Yeah, I mean it's an attempt. Like I would always go on, it's just like with and hear Eric and just hear all these people on TWFP talk, and I'd just be like, I agree with you guys. Like I'm not like why would I have always been skeptical though about the some of it, which could be telling of something, like sort of being like, oh, like objective logic. Like, what do you mean? Like, you've got access to that, like so-called TI users and stuff. But um that's the only thing, you know. Otherwise, I tend to think, well, best to try to be integrated about it or not be so stubborn about it, right? That I'm gonna like pretend it, you know, like I said, like just keep going further into it, just and just like be fake. I'd rather just admit that I'm dumb, that basically that I have a high IQ, but that I'm kind of dumb. How about that? It's like a pretty. I think that's a fair compromise. But essentially, that I'm willing to learn, and I'm not so stupid that I won't that, you know, that's like that I can't, won't, or don't learn. Like I'm very interested in, I'm very like curious, but I think that personally I'm mostly curious in like an NE and NI way, which makes sense, right? Uh but see, you know, the funny thing is too is that I am interested in what makes people different in like an FE type way, but a lot of it always comes back to some FI resonance for me. You know, it's not really, it's like I am interested in people, in interesting people. But it's like there's always gonna be something there though that like resonates with me on an FI level, like with all the sort of, you know, pe sort of like people whose art or like opinions or whatever I gravitate towards, stuff like that. You know, it tends to be things that hit me in kind of like a really FI way where I'm like, yes, nice. This guy or girl sometimes, right, gets it. Or at least I like what this person represents or something like, um, it can be like a token or like a spirit animal or something like that. But it's not just like, what do you think about? It's not. It's like it can be good. It can be a good curiosity in that way with that, but it usually does come back to like, well, if I just like totally don't relate though to this to whatever is being presented here, then I I don't really care. But the good thing is that I guess I have pretty good FI and you know, decent FE, so I usually do wind up caring. I'm like, oh well, that's unique eyes. Oh, you know, I like how they do that thing that's unique. But it's as you would obviously imagine, it's a lot deeper. It's the stuff that's really gonna stick with me is gonna be FI stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sure that's kind of how it is with everybody, but I'm just saying, like, that's another kind of thing that, like, it's like I might be decent at FE, but if I'm not truly curious, then like, um, I'm not. i- It's more of a mirage. You know what I mean? You know, I've had people call me out on stuff before. Just be like, clearly you don't care about this thing or whatever, and I'll just be like, no, I do care. But I guess like part of like getting older is to kind of just be like, yeah, you know, that is me. I don't care. It's just like, God, everything is so life is so fe, isn't it? It's just like, my God, I have to deal with so many people's feelings. I mean, it helps to keep me rounded though. Except Fly Guy says, I think ENFP have a knack for emitting this continuous stream of consciousness. Thinking out loud is when someone is good. I always am thinking out loud. Or I mean, I'm always I think I'm pretty good with speech and I'm meticulous in a lot of ways, but again, I always conceived of it as being kind of like NETE stuff. It's like you really are watching me just speak my literally not in any literally speak quote unquote speak my mind. Like I'm just talking, I'm just thinking out loud a lot of the times. That was something else too that people would notice. It'd be like, "Are you debating? Like what's like?" And I was, no, it's like, no, I'm just thinking out loud. You know what I mean? Like I guess it's kind of funny like that, right? But it's kind of also perfect for me to just do a stream. That's why it's great, right? You just do one way monologues. Nah, but it is a dialogue. I wouldn't be the same without you guys. For real. Wouldn't be. Makes it way more fun and good. But yeah, right. It's like you need to sort of if you're going to help people, it'll be indirectly by your existence, I guess. Law. Yeah, well, I do want to get better with that stuff. I'm a little behind on that chat here, but yeah, like Peter has Fly Guy says astrology is superior. Um, oh yeah, the manipulating thing, right? It's like this. It's super effy with twos, and that's why I'm just like, whoa. Like I have no interest in doing that. I take honesty very seriously. Like, oh, I always have and I always will. You know what's funny though about it too is that it's not even like a super selfless thing about it's about me just not I don't like how it feels to lie. It's fi. You know what I mean? It's like, well, lying just makes me uncomfortable. It's not like some deep philosophy about, well, the truth. I mean, it kind of is, right? I think I can philosophize on it, but it's like yeah, of course being truthful is a virtue to me. But again, even that word virtue, it's all fi. Um but yeah, Peter's Libra ascendant, Leo moon, and Gemini sun for me. Mercury in Gemini, and I am a Gemini. By that, I must have a baseline of being able to communicate to some extent. Ooh, yeah. The Mercury, the Sun and the Mercury thing is interesting there. I just don't know that much about Gemini. I guess they tend to be sort of dynamic. I guess, right? I mean, the worst about the Gemini, as everyone always says, is that they can be sort of duplicitous or something like that, but also very like rounded individuals, though. In some sense, they're always associated with. They're one of the more popular ones, especially I think for people to like associate like spiritually, like to particularly reference, the Gemini, like almost as if there was something about that I almost said type, but right, that whatever it is, that zodiac sign itself that is inherently uh like wise or something like that. You know what I mean? So that's cool. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just really gonna catch up here on the chat. Peter says sociability is an extroversion slash introversion. When speaking about type, that's a different type of verdiness. Interesting. Function verdiness versus person verdiness. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm close. I'm here. I see what you're saying now. I just no one's. I guess you're. Yeah, you've just been the only person here for a while now, Peter. Um, I just wanted to like get to the good stuff here because, like you said, fi. Because Peter says fi is selfish by nature, but who said selfish is inherently a bad thing? Spoken like a true INTJ, indeed, right? I agree, though. I really do agree. Um, Fall Guy says the Bible. Yeah, CJ will clearly some wicked si. Okay, bye. I don't know. Maybe it's because I mentioned. I don't know why. I don't really know. I did mention the Ten Commandments about like fi and like objective morality. That was like my nice my amazingly NIFI example of objective morality. There's truth though there. Amazing truth in reality. You kidding me? Timeless. The Ten Commandments are timeless. Um, but yeah, SI going on. Who knows if it's good? If you conceive of it as good or bad, it's or both. Which is more mixed? Like, what do you guys say? Like, what is the what is the function slot that's going to give you the most mixed results? Third slot or fourth slot? That would be a good way of me deciding. Like what really gives you more trouble? The third slot function or the fourth slot function? Because that I think is a major deciding factor for me too. But yes, indeed, like a basic instruction. I mean, sorry, Peter Dentici says basic instructions before leaving Earth. Bible. That's a saying, but it's also an excellent Jizza song. Jizza the Genius from Wu-Tang Clan. It's an amazing song. Ti is just objective subjectivity. Te is just subjective objectivity. Interesting. I know what you mean. Close up the stream before you get carried away there, sir. I don't know if you're talking to me or that. I know it's like you're a continuous stream of ideational FI musings. You're almost 20 minutes behind chat. Argyle astrology and narcissism. I'll check this out. Nice. Amazingly linked. Believe in astrology, you might score high in narcissistic traits, or you might just be a Leo. I'm a Leo rising. And apparently and it's funny, my dad and my grandfather are both Leo risings too. But anyway, yeah, it's like I mean, I always thought this was obvious, Peter, but I guess some people still think otherwise, but it's not really like it's not exactly hotly debated or anything. Like I mean, luckily I haven't had anyone just be like, dude, you are way out of pocket. Like you are not, an ENFP or an INFP at all. So that's good. At least I'm not fucking insane. No, but you know what I mean? It's like um it's like yeah, and it's like I'm pretty good with FE, so I can see there being some confusion. I again, it's like I think I'm pretty good with all the NF functions, and then I'm basically not very good with the ST with all of the ST functions. One and two are all that matter. True. Peter says, I would say that it's related to people who pathologize astrology or surface level get into it. Oh, yeah. So, ironically, it might actually be less narcissistic that I only know the stuff about me. And I don't really know about other people's stuff. But that actually makes me less narcissistic because I don't strongly believe in it. It's as it says, of all personality traits tested, narcissism correlated most strongly with the belief in astrology. I don't. I wouldn't say I strongly believe in it, but there's stuff that I've read, especially about myself, that has felt very accurate. Peter says, I'm an ESFEA teehee. Now that would be amazing. Karma's Pimp says it'll be funny if we can find a similar study with typology. Oh my god. I'm sure it's off the charts. If you thought astrology was bad, wait until you find out about these typology people. Raging narcissists everywhere. It's funny too because I have seen some meme before about like how it's like astrology people will at least like they'll kind of be like it's like yeah it's fake, you know what I mean, but like type typology specifically saying MBTI people, but basically typology people being like no this is real, you know what I mean, like really um very very certain about it. You know, there was some, it wasn't really a meme, but something I saw, someone's take that I just always remember, which is saying something like MBTI is just astrology for basement dwellers. I'm literally in a basement right now. No, but like, so I try to even take that with a grain of salt. It's just that you can't deny, like, I know I'm just, well, I know what I just said, but it's like, look, you can't deny that this stuff, you can at least test it and like, you know, people say, well, that's the retestability isn't good. And I think that's where people like, you know, Eric and more like quote unquote experts on the matter like come in handy where they lend a legitimacy to them. I mean, socionics is pretty unbelievable, right? Like synthesizing, it's like the ideas are amazing. Like first you get Young's functions, then you get the MBTI ladies who synthesize them in a way so that there's 16 personality types, and then you get socionics that like really tries to, as you can tell by the name, you know, kind of concretize it in like a scientific and analytical way. And it actually turns out that a lot of the socionic stuff is on point. So it just lends, so it just, there is validity to typology. I think I would say it's just a measure of that validity that is unsure. But you could even say that that's a TI versus TE thing, right? It's very all encompassing like that. But I definitely think in a TE way, the end result is mostly what matters. And it's like, do these traits line up with people? Do they like can you assign people these types and have them fit relatively well? I mean, it seems like you kind of can. It's just some people are more difficult than others to type, of course. But usually that means almost like what Peter was talking about when you're integrated. Like you might even say that like the harder it is to tell, the more it's that might be the better because you're more integrated. Like you know, getting pinned down in such a way so easily. I mean, but that itself it does lend validity to that to it. You have to start somewhere. So it's like just start from the grassroots. Like, do you use these functions? You know, it's like, how much do you use these functions? Congratulations, you're a blank. Again, it's like, keep it simple, stupid. Because the thing is that you do wind up venturing into like things that are outside of typology. You know, the actual psychology of people goes a lot deeper, but it is pretty uncanny though how well you can sort of encompass exactly as it says, you know, a person's type, like what they kind of the umbrella that they fall under with typology. It seems to do exactly what it sets out to do, which is, you know, provide this provide these basic classifications for people. But yeah, the real world. So I mean about the TE. You could say, oh, it's TE, but I think it doesn't matter what type you are. The thing that is going to probably get most people is the real world applicability. You know, it's like, is it really helpful to quote unquote know that you're a whatever type you are? I mean, a lot of people will say yes, and I'd be inclined to agree. There is a lot of positive use to it. There's also a lot of negative use to it. Like, yeah, especially with, like Peter said about pathologizing astrology, you can do that with any system like this, you know? I mean, it's the nature of the game. It's all about personality. So inevitably you're going to get into psychology. It's all psychology, but some things go outside type. It doesn't explain everything. But it's definitely very helpful. I would say that like at best, particularly for self-improvement, it's a it's positive, especially for typology is positive, especially when it's for self-improvement. Peter says a map is not. It's a quote from Alfred Korzybski from Science and Sanity. A map is not the territory it represents, but if correct, it has a similar structure to the territory, which accounts for its usefulness. Yeah, that's a good and relevant quote. Yeah, that's from Alfred Korzybski from Science and Sanity. These systems are maps of different layers of personhood. Some have greater utility than others depending on the thing in question. Yeah, it's all about like, relevancy to the situation. Like, most people um, unless they're trying to nickel and dime you out of something or whatever, are not going to claim like something as ridiculous as like knowing your type and typology will, inherently make your life amazing. It's like no, it just provides you with the map. And yeah, it's not the territory itself, but it's useful because it's similar to what to it at least like literally it represents, it typifies the the terrain. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When I first took the little 16personalities.com test, and I read the description of the ENFP, I was like, that's me. This is amazing. And then I checked out all the other types and I was like, oh yeah, to this day it's the same though. It's like, well, I can still see INFP. It's like the more I learned about it, the more it just seemed to reinforce what was already there. Even if 16personalities.com is like the most mainstream and not necessarily most reliable test. I mean, it felt like what I imagine a lot of people feel with like astrology. It was like, wow, this is a very accurate reading of how I've generally how manifested throughout my entire life. You know what I mean? So, and then of course, seeing other people having it be generally accurate was the real kicker, and I couldn't help but to, become very fascinated by it then. But it's basically magic. I mean, it's less magical than like astrology and even enneagram, but that's basically what magic is, and I'm stealing that kind of from what this guy Mark. I always try to credit him with whether it's him or anyone. I always try to credit the source. Like I like he that's something that Mark, aka not host Mark from TWFP, would always say. And again, he would always say, you know, I, I try to use the words exactly how they are, how what they describe, not because it's so easy to fall back on this language. It's basically just a language. the more versed you are in the type, like in typology, the more you can talk to people in this language, right? Like most of what I'm talking about now, like um all almost all of it presupposes a kind of knowledge about what, at the very least, what the cognitive functions do. But I noticed that most people don't even go that far. Like it somehow does make the quote unquote typology crowd a different breed in some regards. And it's not surprising that a lot of them are so called intuitives, because most sensors are just, they're probably just going to be like, that's cool, and move on. I mean, it's like, I know it's, most people are like that. But it's like, you just got to remember, I guess it's all a language, and about like being understood and understanding. Like, you know, Kiersey, the book, Please Understand Me, right? Um, oh, my point being that it's like, I'm sure the driving factor of this was like most people, not everyone, but a lot of the people around the TWFP type crowd, and therefore around here now, are like, probably had a similar arc as me. Like, it's just like basically being struck by the magic of its accuracy, and sort of just feeling like, no, this isn't arbitrary like astrology is. Like this actually at least attempts to, you know, accurately describe, as Eric puts it, manners of attention, you know? Like where do you spend your most attention, or you know, where do you put most of your attention to? Where do you, what do you prefer using? You know, it's just, I look at it as it's like a toolbox, you know? Cognitive function is just like a toolbox. It's like what tools do you use most and what tools are you the best at using? And then of course the where it gets interesting is like if your opinion of what that is lines up with other people's, because sometimes you'll see people are just like, okay, you're just blatantly wrong about your type, right? But even that winds up being interesting because that kind of gets into like mental illness territory, you know what I mean? Again, psychology becomes more important. I can't think of a good example because the thing about this, it's only 16 types, right? So they can only be so dissimilar because it's a small pool that you're working. I guess you could say that's also a reason they could be more different. I don't know. But I guess what I'm saying is it's like a small pool of types you're working with. So what was I gonna say? Damn it. My bad. Um yeah, Peter says 16 seems small, but it's a lot. I guess, I mean, this wasn't exactly what I'll probably remember what I was gonna say at some point, but it does point back to the original thing that I always go to where it's just like, okay, there are only 16 types. Like just choose one, you know? I guess I was talking about the toolbox and like the, oh right. Yeah, because there will be times, right, where like someone's like, I mean, for example, kind of perfect example would be like an INTJ who thinks they're an ESFJ, or an ESFJ who thinks they're an INTJ. It's like, no, you're blatantly wrong and you're probably mentally ill. You know what I mean? That ain't going that ain't going to help nobody. I can go on YouTube, you know what I mean, and put on glasses and say I'm an INTP all day till the cows come home, you know, till I'm blue in the face. But I'll just have a bunch of people coming on being like, you're blatantly not an INTP. I don't think that that's one of the most wildly different ones for me though, but it's on the lower side of likelihood, I think. I would think that if I was trying to flatter myself, I would call myself an INTP. You know what I mean? I'd be like, yes, I think I am an INTP. To which I would probably meet a lot of um can't even think of the word, right? Not an INTP. No, that's not TI, but you know what I mean. It's like um you know what I mean. It would be like, it's like, no, you're wrong. Like, that's what's nice and amazing about typology, right? Is that it's like objective, but it's like it's like, no, though, you don't get to be all of them. I know I'm just saying stupid shit right now, but like, you gotta pick up what I'm putting down, you guys. It's all truth and reality. No, I'm just kidding, but it's like you guys say this. It's like, just choose one, like law, like with what a D&D dice, like, yeah, whatever you got to do. It's like it can only be one. You know. Peter says it's hard to figure out who you are, not with how you speak. You definitely deliberate second over first. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I admit I'm kind of saying two things at once here, because I'm saying like choose one, but at the same time, like it's objective. Like it's not, it's definitely not as subjective as choosing one. I will agree. Okay, you guys. It's just part of me feels that way because it's kind of just like choose a map, like what makes the most sense for you given the your time in life so far. It's like, if you tick the boxes on everything here, right? And it's like, then there's probably truth in it. Especially though, if you're going all the way over here and then you only check so and so boxes. I mean, it's very, I don't know, you could say it's very like TE or something, or like a very TE way of thinking about it, but Carmen Spim says, no, I will do my damn best to be all the types at once. Right, and Peter says, choose your fighter the NFP way. It kind of is like that though. I mean, if I had to choose an avatar, no, I don't. It's a difficult thing, right? Because on one hand, like I'm saying, you want to be objective about it. You should take your time, because especially if you're not easily typable, if it doesn't come easy to you, and especially if it doesn't come easy to other people, yeah, exactly. Peter says, best of luck and Godspeed. To Karma's pen, because it's like, literally, like, good luck. You're like, no, it's like I'm saying, like, I would love to be INTP. I mean, maybe not love. It's not like the best. It's not the most amazing thing in the world, but I'd love to be like, yeah, I'm TI Dom. I'm super logical, consistent. I'm logically consistent all the time, and I'm ideationally active. Get get bent, you know? But it would just be betraying what I know in my heart to be true, which is like, no, you're at least an INFP. You know, it's like you're not. It's like you're probably an ENFP. Even I don't know. Even if my TI is pretty good, however, I can be a little INFJ-ish. Don't get me wrong. I've said this a million times. I'd love to be the INFJ. That'd be great. I'd love to be the INTJ too. It's just, is this how it like how I've navigated my life, how I've navigated through my life so far, and how intend on navigating my life so forward. So I messed that up. But I said like how I've navigated through my life so far and how I will choose to navigate through my life going forward. The thing that's complicated though is once you learn about it, basically. Because then I realize, oh, well, going forward, of course, I want to be more integrated. So it's like, of course, I need to use more, it's like I need to incorporate more SE and I need to tend to my SI and stuff like that. That's where, again, it winds up being really helpful. But, but, it's like, is it really that helpful though to just sit around and be like, I don't know, like, I don't know, I'm gonna just be every type. No, you probably land in at least four of, it's like narrow it down to at least four. Like, don't be ridiculous. You know what I mean? Because like that's just what I've found. You start getting like ridiculous with it. I could get ridiculous with it. You don't think I could see myself in at least in some way in all of the types? And it's like you don't think I don't want to be certain types more than others? Of course not. But it's like, but I don't know. But like Peter said though, it's not like it's easy getting to know yourself. I mean, but I guess what I'm saying is like I've said this before and I'll say it again. People are complicated. Type is simple. You know what I mean? Or at least it that's the appeal. That would appear to be the appeal. I didn't care. Again, it might just be my ENFP or whatever it is, right? But it's like I didn't necessarily care how it worked when I first learned about it. I just was shocked by the accuracy. If other people haven't experienced it that way, then I'd be interested as to how your journey is. Is there anyone here right now who got into typology without resonating with it? You know, because you might say I was driven by very typical kind of FI resonance stuff. Well, and I too, kind of though. But I mean, I was just like, whoa. Did you guys? Because if you didn't have that moment, I would be interested in like the journey of that because it is a different perspective, right? It's like it's not necessarily easy. I understand. It's just I feel like the appeal comes from it being easy and simple, kind of. For me at least, right? FI, whatever. It's just like you're telling me I can just neatly like fall under this umbrella and like follow it loosely, like sort of like maybe not follow it, but you know what I mean, like understand it, like use this template, generally. Fuck yeah, super helpful, simple, nice, simple, easy, and helpful. But it might have been interesting, for example, like if I learned about it before typing myself or before getting into what I thought that I was. Um, I mean, I still would have come to that conclusion, I guess, but I would be interested to know if my arc had gone differently. Like, had I learned about typology before I learned about my type, I probably would feel very differently about it. I'd be like, no, I know about the 16 types of the cognitive functions first. So of course I don't easily know my type because I know too, it's like almost like knowing too much. It's all part of my theory here, which is that it's like the less you know, the better. You, I think you're better off just taking a test and being as honest as possible, as long as it's a good test. Take it a few times, take it 10 times, take different tests. But if you're consistently getting a certain result, if you consistently relate to a certain result, it's like, then just stick with it. I mean, unless you just don't want to know or you don't want to be, ooh, I'm special and I'm pinned down. That's the whole thing of MBTI and typology is that you're not special. It's like Fight Club, right? It's like you are not a special, unique snowflake. And I'm just saying, I just have like a hunch that that's the appeal, you know? It's like this explains it. It's not like, well, I'm going back and forth, and hoo hoo tee hee. I'm just, I mean, some people will do that, and you can do that forever. Someone put it as being like wearing different hats. So yeah, sure, go ahead. Be ENTP one day and then be INTJ the next day. But odds are only one of those is more true. And the one that's more true, you should go with. That's not talking to you, by the way, Peter. I just happened to think of that at the same time because he says that I don't know if both of us is value eyesight. Is that because I'm like closing my eyes? Yeah, it's probably because I'm getting tired. This is value your eyesight. One should. Um, right, but yeah, Peter says that when I get called an ENTP, I take it as a compliment that I've integrated well. Yeah, the 9 sees all. Yeah, well, that's what winds up happening with the 9, though. It's like you wind up coming to like lukewarm. Sometimes there can be some lukewarm takes, like maybe I'm giving now. I just feel like people, it's a fun interest. It's a very interesting thing, right? But I'm saying like if you really want to know, right, like what your type is, it's like first of all, at least narrow it down to 4. Like you can easily do that. You know what I mean? Even if they're from different quadras, I don't care. Just narrow it down to 4. And then, you know, to some degree, yeah, choose the one that fits best. I mean, I'll stand by it. I know it's maybe a bit overly simplistic, but I feel like especially if you're, you know, again, back to this whole thing of like that how typology in my opinion is best for self-improvement. So, it's like choose a type and use it for self-improvement. Um, but it's like odds are that you fall into one type mostly. If you're gonna use the system. I mean, I'm going back and forth at this point, but it's like the appeal, I think the appeal is in its simplicity. You know what I mean? But hold on a second. Um, it's magic. It's the magic worked on me. Like when I first read that ENFP description from fucking 16 personalities, it worked and it was magic and it got me interested in typology. That's not how it works for everybody, but that is how it worked for me. And I did think to myself, oh, what a wonderful world. No, I'm just kidding. But I did think to myself, like, you know, the only reason that I care about this is because is because it's accurate. So I'm genuinely curious if there's anyone here now who like for like or just anyone and leave a comment if you want that found out about all of it, coming to it almost you could say in an NI way or whatever, like seeing it like spoiler alerts. I would I almost think of it as like spoil. If it was like, it would be like having it spoiled for you and being like knowing each type and how and each of the cognitive functions how they work before having at least some idea of what type they are. I mean, I'd be interested to know if people had that arc. But Carmen Spim says, I don't know what that means, FI resonance. Well, then maybe you don't have FI. Maybe you're an ENTP. You could be. Boba Fett says one of my sports heroes died today. Peter Dentici. I said, damn. Sorry to hear that, Boba Fett. That sucks. You getting all Bobby Brown on me? No, it's just a mode I get into sometimes. I just started thinking like, look, the appeal of this, it's like it's as simple as what I just said, no pun intended. It's like it's the appeal of typology seems to be, at least to me, that it's simple and that it like puts people, it does exactly what it sets out to do, which is like easily classify people. And like I kind of feel like overly I kind of feel like the more it's just, why not just, go with what truly resonates most? The problem that with that is that, well, unless you're wrong, but there's only 16 again, it always comes back to the same thing. It's like, but again, there's only 16 types. So even if you're wrong, well, choose again. I mean, if you again, it's like if you think you're an INTJ and everyone like 20 people are telling you that you are not that. In fact, you're the opposite and you're like an ESFJ, then yeah, you definitely have some serious thinking to do. But, if you think you're INTJ and the most controversial you get result you get otherwise is like INFJ or something, then it's like, okay, I get it. It's all different functions and stuff, but it's like you might as well just choose the fucking choose the one that makes the most sense. Like it's like keep it simple, stupid. But yeah, I'm not trying to get all Bobby Brown on anyone. It is a little bit Bobby Brown though, because he just doesn't believe in any of it. I'm definitely not saying that. I'm just saying I think the utility of it comes from it being simple. What good is it, guys, if you're just like, yeah, I'm an ENFP, but I'm also an ENTP and an INFJ and an INTJ. It's like, no, you're not. If you're gonna go by the system, you're not. You are one of those. You have a 1 out of 16 chance of being right. Or sorry. See, I don't know. Polar TI. No, what is it? Basically, it's like, you know, if you seriously don't know yourself so much that you need to try on different hats and see what fit and just kind of be one thing one day and then the other day do something else. Well, okay. Uh Go ahead, but I don't know. It's like have fun searching, you know what I mean? I mean, odds are people it does take work. I'm not trying to belittle that, like, but I don't know, you guys. I just like feel like some people exaggerate. Just like really you don't know yourself so much that you can't just like choose again 4 types. There's no way you're that special. You know what I mean? Like there's no way that like, you or someone, is like the rare typeless individual. It's like it always comes down to if you go by the system, it always comes down to one type. What if it's the tool function is what resonates? Congressman says you didn't say what the F5 resonance even was, but then you gave a 20-minute explanation after my comment. It in like I said, FI and NI, I guess. Like an inner knowing. Sound like David Lynch, you know? An inner knowing. Oh yeah, I mean, Karma Spam says Bobby just grew disenfranchised by the whole project. It's not completely senseless. I I don't blame him for doing that, but I think people get disenfranchised with it when they try to break it down too much. Because it's all esoteric, you know? And, you know, I do concede, obviously, that it's like honestly, some people just don't neatly fit into one type. But I'm just saying, like, if you want to have utility out of it and I guess ideally improve yourself, then you should just choose the one that makes the most sense for you and stick by it. Like, unless of course everyone is telling you you're wrong, then pick another one. Or, you know, it's like eventually you'll get there. I'm not saying it happens immediately, right? But I mean, put it this way, like, I mean, I question it could just be me and how I hate overly doubting things and overly questioning things, you know? I do it all the time and I can't stand doing it. And I feel like typology can go from fun to work very quickly, or like interesting to arduous very quickly. Um, once you go beyond the initial magic of what it is, which is essentially reading one type and sort of quote unquote FINI knowing that that's basically what you are and how you manifest, generally speaking. It doesn't mean that it entirely defines you. It just means like these are the patterns that, you know, emerge most frequently. It's like, do you find yourself being very acquiescing to people? Are you incredibly agreeable? Are you, you know, always do you try to be helpful with people? Are you do like in a really hands-on way? You're probably FE. It's like, do you care about, you know, individuality and personal values? It doesn't necessarily matter about the status quo. It's like you know, are you can be subjective even to a fault, but you do have strong feelings about these things. It's like, well, you're probably FI, and so on and so forth, you know? And so from there, it's like, but personally, I didn't necessarily need the system. The magic unfolded to me as a way, as almost like a positive reinforcement, you know? So like I read I was ENFP on the 16 personalities result, right? And then from there, I read all this stuff about ENFP that's like furthering what I already think, which is that I'm ENFP. And then I read socionics and it all makes sense. It's like, yep, it all checks out. And then I did, and then you know, I get into INFP and I'm like, yeah, that could be me too. And then I get into, and then I start looking at other stuff and I'm like, I mean, it's like I could be INFJ, but my basic sense of it has never changed in like the 5 or 6 years that I've been into this stuff. All that's ever happened is I've come on here and had some people be like, "You're ISFJ," or like something, and it's just like, "No." Or some people be like, "You're a 2," and it's like, "Nope." No one's I'm not an 8. No one it was like I think one person might have said I was ESTP. It's like you don't know me. Like clearly like it's like clearly uh it really just comes down to like consistency, you know? Again, of course, if people are telling you if like you are just like dead set on being a type and everyone's telling you that you're not, then yeah, fucking stop and like listen to what other people are saying and like really you got to find yourself. But I guess I'm kind of saying like trust your instinct, you know, like trust your intuition. And like Peter said it about the what Favre said, right? Like don't what is it? Yeah, and also like Peter said, find your quadra and work from there. I mean, that's probably the most practical way to start, the most objectively correct way to start if you're going to go by again what is objectively correct in terms of typology. But you said something too about Favre, a quote. Why am I not? Oh, Catherine said. All right, Catherine said before that a person new to the game is a better tester than one who's knowledgeable. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, hopefully, knock on wood. Like, I don't mean this in any like in a nefarious way. I mean it more as like a metaphor. Like, hopefully, it's more of a. I don't know if it's exactly real magic, but I am kind of saying like, just let the magic work. Like, it might be best to just to not overthink it unless you're interested in it as a whole. Like, but if you're like the kind of person who had like the opposite arc as me, who like found out about all the magic, like had all the tricks revealed to them first, it's probably going to be more difficult. So I would just say, at least in that situation, like if that's where you're at, like if you've just like read all about this stuff and like listen to Eric talk about it and talk to people about it and like maybe but only taken like one or two tests or something, like go take some more tests and see what you get on different tests. I'm sure they will be fairly consistent and I'm sure you can find one that is most consistent for you. Like, oh right, but yeah, um David Lynch. Oh wow, you first heard of him from me? That's really funny. That's cool. He's pretty good. I mean, he's not always he can be he's a weirdo. I don't always know exactly sometimes where he's coming from, but I do love a lot of his work. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I've always thought that he's INFP. Some people think that he's INFJ because he uses so much NI symbolism, but I'm pretty set on thinking that he's INFP and that he just happens to have this like odd NI fixation or resonance or whatever you want to call it. I mean, he definitely is always doing very classic good and evil things just in very bizarre ways. It's like seems pretty FINE to me. Everyone's always talking about how quote unquote weird his movies are and stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of NE. It's like, you know, there's a scene of just a guy sweeping a floor with like a beautiful song playing. I think it's just Santo and Johnny's Sleepwalk playing as a guy sweeps a floor on the Bang Bang Bar in Twin Peaks: The Return. And a lot of people's like, "Oh, it's trolling." But it's also, I mean, I guess it's a bad example of NE, but it's the kind of NE trolling stuff that Lynch does, you know? It's like The funny thing about it is that it kinda works, like, it's kinda chill. It's pretty chill it's very chill island oasis of truth and reality, but at the same time, you can just tell, like, well, you didn't really need to put the 2-minute scene of the guy sweeping, like, it's just NE novelty, but then there's stuff, like, about what the weird occult type symbolism stuff that he uses that's very, like, quote, unquote, "NI," but a lot of that is actually Mark Frost, if you're talking about Twin Peaks, and as far as Lynch's movies go, it's still there, but it's like, I don't know, you just think of all these things where, like, it's just only I just feel like only an NE user would come up with, like, that wacky kind of shit, like, he'll just be like in Blue Velvet, right? Again, very clear archetypal, probably my favorite David Lynch movie because it's so full. It feels so whole. But it feel and anyway, I don't wanna get too sidetracked about it, but it's like it's very yin and yang, very, very good and evil, both dark and light, known and unknown represented, and it's amazing. But there's like a scene where they're just walking down the street and like it's supposed to just be like small talk, but Kyle MacLachlan says to Laura Dern, like, just out of nowhere, he's like, "Hey, wanna see the chicken walk?" And then he just, like, does this walk where he's bobbing back and forth, and then it's actually a funny moment because Laura Dern actually comes off pretty sincere and, like, kinda lends it some, like, real world weight and is kinda like, "That's interesting," or and, like, stuff like that. Like, it's like, just look up that walk scene, it's 2 things. Kyle MacLachlan's like, I knew a kid that lived there. He had the biggest tongue in the whole neighborhood," or something like that. Like, what who writes shit like that, you know? People wanna be like, "He's an INFJ." I'm like, "That dude is an INFP," and then and then right after that, he's like, "Hey, wanna see the chicken walk?" He does this and everything, and, like, it somehow works, like, as, like, bizarre small talk, but it's like, I don't know. Is this a surface value analysis of NE? I don't think so. I've seen a lot of Lynch's stuff, and I tend to think he's an NE user. It just so happens that, like any good NE user, he winds up coming back to very tried and true NI stuff because it's all about good and evil with him, like, all the time. But it's like, really? Yeah, 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 I guess that's NI, but it's all delivered in, like, the most unconventional manner possible, generally speaking. The funny thing is too is that it doesn't always necessarily some people might make this accusation, but I don't think he's really trying to be weird either, always, at least. Like, to tell you the truth, I think he's kind of autistic, you know? Like to make and that's not a diss or anything, it's just a lot of creative people are like that. I mean, it's like that's his idea of small talk, like, just, like but, I think people call typing him as an NI dom are, like, way overplaying his, like, vibe, what he's getting at, to me, it seems like much more of an FINE sensibility, but anyway, that's all I have to say about that. But yeah, Karma Spim says, "I'm just saying a lie in the middle between BB and Eric when it comes to typology." Yeah, I feel that. Fun to work, interesting to arduous. Yeah, indeed, exactly. Right? It's like, seriously. Like, I think once it becomes work, unless you're making literally, unless you're making money doing it, like Eric does and stuff like that, like and by the way, it's not like you know, like he's talking like we're talking about typing yourself, right? So at the very least, like if it becomes work, like typing yourself and it's arduous, I think that's when my advice works best here. Just kind of like choosing one that makes the most sense for you and working with it. it's like you don't have to fulfill every last stereotype or whatever, right? Like literally stereotypes. Mm. It's like you can be an unconventional this type. That's kind of how I feel about the NFP thing because I'm pretty I mean, I'm pretty conservative about some things and pretty and I don't really care about like, I'm not going to Africa anytime soon to go feed the poor. I mean, I'd like to do something yeah, maybe if one day I get really rich and famous or something. Um, I don't know. That sounds mean. I guess it's like never say never. Of course I'd love to help in whatever way I can, but like why did I say that? The Africa thing? Like, oh, right, because a lot of NFPs like to at least pretend that they're gonna like go overseas and like, you know what I mean? Some of them do. Like a lot of them really do, and they really wind up going out there and like and making a difference. But I could say the same thing about a lot of NFPs and how they just post online. And like that's how they I'm just not into that stuff and like virtue signaling. People on the right do it too though. I mean, there's always a way to virtue signal. Virtue signaling isn't just a leftist phenomenon. Everyone signals to one another, right? Like right on brother and like right on sister. Um about whatever causes they have. But by the definition of like the NFPs being cause oriented, like I understand it, but only to a degree. Like I see a lot of these people who are probably NFPs, and it's like they don't seem, it's like I don't have it. I still have so much to figure out, and I don't consider myself to be. I'm very lucky with like my family and friends and everything, but I don't consider myself to be like incredibly. What was the word I was looking for? Um, I don't know. I forget. I'll probably remember later, but like it just seems so easy to like fall into the like slacktivism route. That's why I think I get it. Like I feel like a rogue NFP. I'm like oh yeah, well basically that I have basically I'm very lucky, but I don't know if I would call myself very happy. I know that sounds like sad, but like I'm not really as happy as I'd like to be. But a lot of like, NFP social justice warrior types seem pretty miserable. You know what I mean? So I just look at that and I mean I'm just I'm just being deep about it now and philosophizing, but like, you know, I look at that though and I think like, okay, well, so happiness is not to be found there either. I'm like, look at these people. They're run down, you know? My friend's always pretty funny about it. He'll be like, "It must be exhausting," you know? Like some of these people like posting and stuff. I mean, believe me, we'll be seeing it with the Russia-Ukraine stuff. It's every day with these people. It's like I don't know what it is though. My inkling about it is that a lot of these people are actually just FE and they're not really FI. Like that's really what I think is that a lot of people are not that there's like a lot of misconceptions about what an NFP actually is, you know? But the real depth to it, I notice, is when it's the whole thing of which you guys, I'm sure, are all aware of, is this thing of like how the virtue signalers get a boost of their own ego, um, out of being quote unquote selfless. But it's very clear in the way that they write and the way that they present themselves that they're not being selfless. It's like, I don't know. And I could be wrong about a lot of people, but I've had this inkling for a very long time, and it's only seems to get proven more and more. Like it's like this isn't for that's I call me cynical, but like with a lot of these people, even now, I'm not saying it's a bad cause. Like it's a good cause, but a lot of these people, I'm sure, with the Ukraine, like putting a Ukraine flag and everything, are just like want to look good. Again, that isn't like a comment on the rightness or wrongness of the cause. Like it's just a comment on the motivations behind rallying behind a cause. I mean, you might say, well, rallying behind, having a selfish motivation to rally behind a good cause is better than not. And yeah, that's true. We can have that conversation. Just don't pretend that you're selfless. It really depends on the person though. But I think we all know the types of people I'm talking about, like posting 24/7 like I'm so upset, I'm so worried and I'm upset. Like that's FI, buddy. Like I mean, yes, FI is like more authentic and true, right? But I don't know, man. I just notice it in weird ways. It winds up it's like this attempt at like FEing, but I wonder if it's just FE people and not even the true FI people. Like I think of FI as being like generally like standing against the grain and like actually being like fairly conservative, like pretty like self-preserving and yeah, to a degree selfish. So when I see like tired, miserable, like social justice warrior feminist NFP girls like posting, I just can't help but think you are like looking for happiness and validation in this stuff. Like it's not about really anyone else. Not always, but a lot of times it seems to be there's a suspicion there that I get. Maybe it's maybe it's, cynical. Maybe I really should just be out in Africa helping the poor kids? It's like I just feel like it's more honest to like to just admit that you're not that person. Like I don't even want to get on a plane. I don't like flying, okay? Like, I don't like it's just the amount of energy that I think some of these so-called NFPs are putting into just like posturing is not very NFP at all. It's very FE, and I would wonder that A, maybe a lot of them are mistyped, but also B, that their motivations are just coming from like from within. It's not like it's a way of like feeling good about yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just being honest about it and honest about it. Like, it's FE and FI, they work together, right? I mean, you feel good when you help people, right? I mean, that's where it gets really interesting, right? Because it's like, you know, if I feel like I'm helping, I feel good about myself, right? Ideally the help is real. Like, but if that's what you're talking about, Karma's Pimp, you're saying it's a mix, because like, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying now. But hold on, let me see. Yeah, the tongue, I don't know, Lynch, right? Exactly. Yeah, I need to watch some Tarkovsky. It's kind of surprising that I haven't yet. INFPs can be quite stoic. The masters of their emotions, not the snowflakes, some say. Yeah, they can be pretty stoic. I think I'm mostly talking about ENFPs here. Also, some of that could be even the nature of it is like the most outspoken people, like the loudest people are usually the worst or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever that saying is, Kind of disagrees. I don't know. Use a tribe to make their own assessment of themselves. Yeah, it's like, getting like a reassurance about that stuff. That's why I'm saying not to dichotomize it as collectivist versus individualist. Why not? I said this before. Or do you disagreed with it? Is this because you think you're an FE type, but that you're an individualist? Guess what? I think that I'm an FI type and that I'm a collectivist. What do you think about that? No, I'm just kidding. I mean, FE by nature is about the collective, and FI by nature is about the individual. I don't know what uh, it's. That just seems to be how it's often described. Peter says, I've come to see that they use their interactions with others to see how they are in quote unquote reflection to what they can see of the moment. Yeah. FE, ethics of emotion. FI, relationship ethics. Oh, ethics of emotion, right. The key word there. So Peter says, FE, ethics of emotion. FI, relationship ethics. So, okay. That's a little bit different. It's a different conception there. But yeah, Congressman says I agree. It might be more ENFP than INFP. And definitely, because I mean, it's like, of course, they're going to be the ones that are louder about it and probably less nuanced. But yeah, Congressman says no, not the point. Oh, okay. Peter says that was a comment toward how I see INFJs being. They use their interactions with others to see how they are in reflection to what they can see of the moment. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that would be Tool FE for you or something like that. It's like they can be accommodating, but they also are using it as like a mirror for self-reflection. But yeah, Congressman says no, not the point. Yeah, and Peter says that was a comment toward obviously INFJs being they. I think they do that because I mean the thing about INFJs though, right, is like they inherently don't. I mean, they sacrifice it. They sacrifice that FI though, you know. Peter says, I must say you're good at getting what my references to and being right. That's good. I try my best. Like, yes, it's NI. I'm an INFJ. I don't know. Or NIFE. I'm INFJ. Um, could be. You know, maybe it's not. It just seems like the FE cares more about the collective than the individual. Like the INFJ, right? It's like they can't help but to like prioritize the collective in some regard because it's like, and that's what like makes it so that they are less FI like sure of who they are or something like that. That's, I mean, obviously one of the most basic examples I can think of is like how Frank James always typifies the INFJ. I mean, you guys can, we can, tell me if it's a misconception because I think, I mean, he himself thinks he's an INFJ, and I've seen that be up for debate. He could be ENFJ, funny enough. I mean, sorry, ENFP, funny enough. Which, in its own ways, yeah, they have that similar stack, like, you know, what you were talking about earlier, Peter. When you get the letter and then not the directionality, the function in a different direction. It's the functions are in the same order, but in a different directionality. Uh, yeah, because I'll watch Frank James's stuff and I'll just be like, yeah, this guy does kind of seem like an ENFP or something like that. But the INFJ motif that he always focuses on, right, is like and admittedly, yeah, it's like a cardboard cutout of it, but like he does do, it's always the same kind of formula. It'll be like it's like they're cripplingly self-aware, like it's kind of like they're poetic about it, and then but then they, at the end of the day though, it's not even that, it's actually the opposite in a way. It's that they actually don't know, it's like they don't know who they are. They don't really know what they feel about situations. They're sort of like looking towards the other to um confirm who exactly it is that they are, because it's like they don't, because it's like they don't even use SI, right? So it's like they don't even have that to look. I mean, they do. Everyone uses all 8 functions, right? But what do INFJs have in the like where does their SI land? 8th slot? Yeah, that makes sense. Like they could do it. They could assume that role, but it wouldn't last more than a day because it's just not how they're wired. There's no like. I mean, you might say it's a little bit. It's what causes a less stable sense of self. I'm not sure, but they are NI Dom, and so it's like I think they probably make up for it with that. And TI, it's weird, right? Because most people will agree. Like a lot of times, I think the people want to be the INFJs because they do seem to be the objectively best type, you know. So it's not a coincidence that most people want to be the INFJ, and also that they're the most rare type. Except Peter Dentici says, except when FI has its values oriented in what is said to be FE things. Yeah, I've literally thought the exact same thing. Again, getting your reference and hopefully being right. Where I've literally thought the exact same thing. Where, in my opinion, again, like how, how I've conceived of my own FI is being like, yeah, but I care about, having good vibes with people and like not, and having what having like FE camaraderie and so forth. So like it's a value of mine, But I don't see it, that's why I see it that way. I don't see it as like, oh, well then that means I'm an FE user. It's like, no, I just value this like certain level of camaraderie and like, uh, you know. INFJ-ish knowing. There's a link. Wow, that's turned into a. Here it go again. 3 hours. Almost 3.5 hours. I'm definitely going to stop very soon. Tom Petty, you don't know how it feels. Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to think that, you don't know how it feels is a very FI statement. But, to explain it is more FE, or to relate to it. You could say you don't know how it feels. I don't know, maybe not necessarily, but so you don't know how it feels is pretty FI, and that's kind of like I do know how it feels. I'm like saying that's like FE. I don't know. FI relating. That's not that is still FI, I guess. But like I'm trying to think of like an FE statement though, right? Would be more like at the very least probably I feel you, literally, right? But again, that might be FI. This is where it's like what Karma's Pimp was saying, it's a mix. Again, it's like this is why type and typology is bullshit. We can't even like agree on these terms. No, I'm just kidding, but we're mining right now for truth and reality, you guys. This is what we do here, okay? It's treasure. It's searching for treasure. Or I okay, okay. Oh, these links are INFJ knowing and then more INFP-ish knowing. Interesting. Using songs as examples. Okay, my bad. I sort of forgot the context. Yeah. You get Everlast what it's like. That's very funny. Interesting. So perhaps an example of kind of like what I'm saying now, right? Is kind of like um the FE thing. It's not so easy to like okay, so I'm just saying I get it better now. When you pair it when you compare it to what Everlast what it's like yeah, you would say okay, well yeah, this is like a really FI sentiment. Like literally saying, I mean, I don't even know the full Tom Petty song, but I know the Everlast song pretty well, and it's just like very like and then you would know what it's like, and like after walking a mile, literally like walking a mile in my shoes, right? So it kind of goes by. Would you guys agree that I think maybe like FE is more like sympathy and FI is more like empathy? Because that's something else that I always kind of come back to as like an sort of potentially neat and tidy way of a potential neat and tidy way of discriminating between the two. So I'm mentioning the stopping of the stream. Just copyright sounds. Oh yeah, well it should be fine. To know it intimately is more like I mean I only played like a few seconds of it, but thanks for the heads up, Peter. Probably. Oh, that's why you said that. Yeah, see, I didn't even get that. I thought you were talking about me just doing the stream for longer than I intended because that's true too. But No, it's a good conversation though. Like, get into the truth and reality of type. Like, how how real is it? You know what I mean? No, but seriously, like, there is the a very clear system in place. It's just a matter of like discerning and discriminating, like just how exactly it works. Like, but you know, it makes sense to know it more intimately. To know it intimately is more so FI. People will argue that their second and sixth are a mixed bag. Could be an argument then for me being an ENFP. You know, and then for you that would be um, TE and TI. Do you feel as though TE and TI are a mixed bag for you? That makes sense that that the second and sixth would feel that way to each type when you even just comparing those two types like not a dichotomy that no not a dichotomy that benefits the two benefits the two troops all you like radar FS bomb damage assessment for military terms. Mm. Funny, Peter. I always maintain that, to me at least, NI and TI are the most difficult to spot and understand for me. They do also seem to be doing similar things, which is like, at the very least, being preoccupied with some kind of like, I guess, well, it's order and like organization of both, but two very different things. You know, intuition versus logic. But intuition, especially, I mean, that's why it just makes sense because NI is inherently the most ethereal function. But then the TI is sort of like, at least definitionally, it seems to invoke objective truth or at least objective logic. That's what I meant to say. It's more like objective logic. So I can understand things, something like objective morality, but objective logic, I sort of sometimes still find myself having I mean, I get it. It's more like things being demonstrably true, but even then it's not like it seems more like TE to me when it's like that because it would seem like it's TI is systemic. You know what I mean? Like TI is how the system works versus TE the end result. I mean, it's like you either care more about one or the other, but the bottom line being that TI being the system and how that comes into play with using it in life, understanding systemic logic, it does make sense to me, but I'm not sure that it's more objective. You know what I mean? So that was always what got me about TI, making it feel like at least the probably the second most hard to spot and understand for me. NI is concluding, NI is I mean sorry, TI is concluding, NI is discerning. TE is how something is, and TI is why something is. Yeah, those are pretty good ways of putting it. The how versus the why. Oh yeah, is it true? Is it accurate? Funny enough, like no pun intended, but like, is it accurate to say that TI is accuracy and TE is efficiency? Because I was thinking that earlier as probably being a good way of summarizing the two. A TE user will reference other things to explain their position. A TI user will give their own thoughts on the matter. That's interesting. More times than not. Yeah. Boba Fett says more or less. Um um yes. Amazing. Hmm. I wish I could just keep streaming, but I should probably go now. The accuracy efficiency position is a view from an ENP type lens. Maybe. I mean, I was also just thinking TI is more specific, TE is more broad. TI has a few other things, but you know. TI can be broad. Well, maybe in the sense it could be more like axiomatic, right? But or is it TE that cares about axioms? I mean, yeah, I guess in my Facebook title, in asymptotic, is that a thing? Oh shit, math. Approaching a value curve arbitrarily closely. An asymptotic psychonaut searching for an axiomatic tangent experience with the universe. Boba Fett says INTJs can into big wordage. Case in point, right here. Yeah, I figured you'd probably pick up on that, Peter. They're like, "Oh shit, math." Huh?" I mean, it's not like It's funny though, right? Could point to a potential TI blind spot, but at the same time, I don't really know that much about it. I mean, I've never been very mathematical. Um, I guess it's not to say that I couldn't be to some degree. I mean, but most of the time, it's just mm, um, it's not. It's weird because it's not like it doesn't register as it's like it's obviously important. INTJs, I guess, can be pretty good at math though, which is pretty interesting, right? I mean, it's usually INTPs and INTJs that are probably associated most with not just mathematical intelligence, but general intelligence. And they are both using intuition and thinking in the top two functions, just again in different directionalities. So it makes sense. But then it would also make sense we were saying here, which is I hated math and I'm not much into it either. But I would bet that you're probably not bad at it. Just maybe not so much in the way that an INTP would be, just in the way that an INTJ would be. Oh yeah, and it's also not the same function order, by the way. It's different, but it is still the same functions in the directionality. It's just yours would be NITE and then INTP. INTJs would be NITE and then INTPs would be TINE. But I could just see how both of those would work very well in favor of mathematical intelligence, but also general intelligence, especially. But yeah, yeah. This song to me is like a definition of the type I resemble. Master paradox is a master.
Admit to having emotion. Yes, emotions can be a powerful tool. To deny their existence is illogical, but you must learn to control them. Why? You wish to be taught. I would question everything you say. You would not be a worthy pupil otherwise. Let us begin.
The first question, is it even logical? The mastery of craft, if the achievement is possible. Logic or not, people chase it. Following thoughts of breaking laws to teach the layman the secret language. Each is taken to the deepest location to observe the leaders speak to a nation.
It matters to an MBTI INTJ more than an MBTI INTP to be right slash not wrong. An INTP is more okay with being wrong given its first rather than an INTJ having its sixth. Yeah, that makes sense too. Actually, wait, yeah, because it's knowing to know. See, this is where it does get into stuff where it is. There are terms. I should really just commit to socionics. Like, I mean, I always stop short at like a cursory knowledge of socionics. When if I really want to nail this thing and like be, I don't know, to have at least some minor level of expertise. Like, I mean, it's like, yeah, I can really, I can compared to the layman, like I know what I'm talking about, I guess, hopefully, but I also just know like the whole like knowing functions, deliberating functions, like there's a lot of stuff that I just don't even know. I mean, I can get a sense of it when you say it, but it's like I am using context clues. I just like I don't know how the models work, which again, I guess you could say is very TI, it's like these models and things like I haven't taken the time to fully absorb the science of it. Ah, you got that song. You got it from that, yeah. Well, the thing about math that is interesting to me is that it explains so much and that it's relevant in so many ways. I mean, the thing with the ENFP thing for me was twofold. It was like I'm I've never considered myself to be particularly good at math, but but I don't uh, yeah, well, it gets complicated, I guess, but the objective logic and math thing, it's like of course I care about objective logic. I just um I was never particularly good at math and it just wasn't where my interests gravitated towards. But what I find more often than not now is I guess especially it's like as I get older is like its significance and like um just how yeah, objective that math can be. But I guess I'm still inclined to almost think of it in a TE way because I'll be like, well, what does it do? And it'll be like, and if it's anything, it's almost like I'll just look to it for like an NE curiosity, like, oh, like a asymptote, like a random place to start in a trajectory or something like that, right? And I tend to think like that's cool just to know. Um, but I highly doubt I will be using asymptotes in my life. Like it's cool to find out mathematical terms, but almost for like poetic, like this, like it's in this song apparently. Like I'm not trying to. I honestly though, like, I would probably just like want to know the word to like use it in a song or something. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the word. It's more about like the word and the meaning, not so much like how could I use an asymptote like in a math equation? Like math is literally a language, you know. It's I have a feeling that if I really put a lot of time and energy into it, that I could be pretty good with math. But I mean, it's just I'm having a hard time explaining. Like it's like I see the use and I have a slight interest. Um, it's just like I can't help to conceive things though in a much more like I think like TE type FI type way. Like it'll just be like, well, how can I use this? You know, like sounds pretty fucking utilitarian, but you know, my first instinct is not like to figure out this math equation. It'll be like, I'm gonna use asymptote in the song, you know. I don't know what that is. Any, I guess too, but I mean the idea, like I like okay, like the idea communicated here. But I mean, you know, I'm just zeroing in on this like example because it's like a good example. Like I didn't know that word and like now I know it. But it's not like I'm gonna go start doing math. I just know it now and that's cool to know. Fuck yeah, an asymptote. An asymptote wording was to be a metaphor for getting closer and closer to grasping the object of desire without ever getting it. Deep. Facade. Well, mask is a pretty good one. What would you call it? Like a Jungian term? I again, it's like I don't know. That's my other thing is like I've never really quote unquote read Jung, so it's like I've never really read Jung, and I don't really know how the socionics models work. So it's like there is a gap, and there are definite gaps in my knowledge here. You know what I mean? It's more of a general conception of how the cognitive functions and types are described through a multitude of people. You could, I guess, you could say. Much of Young either. Yeah, I mean, I guess Young kind of gets the final word on this stuff. I mean, no pun intended. Like, it's just MBTI and socionics make it into science, especially so like MBTI and especially socionics make it into science. It's just typology in general. It's very interesting. Success word, but it eludes me for now. I don't know. I used the word earlier for kind of like FE stuff. Funny enough, it's kind of relevant. I guess mirage. You could also say like maybe charade. Um, oh yeah, was it? I was either talking about FE or TI, but I don't know. Either way, funny enough because they work on the same axis. But I guess I was mostly talking about like posturing, like intelligence and stuff. Like, but that's bad. Okay. But the mask thing, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else you would say. But yeah, that could be a word, mirage and charade. Right, but I meant yeah, posturing intelligence like in a TI way. Like I could pretend to do that, but I don't know. I do tend to think I have pretty TE conceptions of things in general. Like again, like even in my interest in TI things, it's like what's the TE end result here though? You know what I mean? Peter sorry. Peter Dentici says it's not that Young was right or not, but that we properly understand what he was getting at. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. I guess just supposing that he's right, presupposing that he's right, and whatever you want to say, right? Like basically that presupposing that Carl Jung is correct, like knowing just his definitions of the functions are essentially the final word on the matter. In fact, it might even be better than MBTI and even socionics to just maybe look at Jung's functions and figure out what you think you use in what order, and then maybe see what lines up best with what the MBTI ladies came up with and the uh, the socionics people, the good people at socionics. No, but yeah, literally the socionics people, like they have really made a science out of it. The socionics people have really made a science out of it. Peter says, Etsy Joe O'Connell, do you comprehend things in a form of knowing how you can understand why, or is it knowing how why you can understand how, then knowing how you can understand why? It's a form of knowing how you can understand why. Knowing. Hmm. Knowing how you can understand why, or knowing why you can understand how. This is a complicated question. Right. I don't know. I mean, I think when things start to come into when I feel as though I really understand something, I think it's when I can understand the use for it, yeah, or like the utility of it, yeah. You know what I mean? Like I don't. I mean, something that I guess I might say too is like I noticed that sometimes it's almost a little bit embarrassing to admit, but sometimes like if someone is like giving me a really in-depth explanation of something, um, I'm almost like, okay. But then if they say, but then if I'm like, if they give me an example, they'll be like, okay, well, here's an example. Like they're like explaining to me this like whole long thing about how to like, I don't know, pull like a rod, like pull the get the curtains to open on a stage or something. I don't know, like some technical thing, right? And then it's almost like you might as well just give me an example or whatever, or like just show me how it's done, and then I'll be like, oh, right, and then this will follow. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I don't need to. I almost tend to think that the TI stuff will like come to me, if you know what I mean. Like, so maybe I don't know if it's working backwards or not, but kinda, right? I mean, it's I wouldn't I but I don't know if it's back I would go as far as to say it's learning backwards or learning it's just going forward with it, or even that it's going forward with it with something without knowing. It's just this like inclination to like I don't know, kind of take things concretely in that way. Like it's hard to explain, but I almost feel like it would be better. Funny enough, like no pun intended. It's almost like don't explain it to me. Like I'll figure it out myself. And if I don't, I'll ask you to explain to me because I mean I would think that we really can't have one without the other, right? Like you should definitely know how to understand why. I don't wait. Knowing how so you can understand why versus knowing why so you can understand how. Yeah, but I so it's like I would think that I would know how first, right? Like literally like this is how it's done, right? And then from there I think at least how it tends to go, like my general pattern seems to be, like and then I will learn from there and figure out the TI of it. You know what I mean? But it might be best. I mean, I can see the virtue though in learning the TI first and like not the TE first. But I do have to go by what seems to be the case more, right? Like okay, put it this way, right? It'll be like this is how this thing works, right? And then I'll figure out like how to make it work and then it will I it's like the pieces will fall into place, you know what I mean? And from there it can only be like more understanding. Like maybe a good example would be um like I really love film and I love how like certain things look. But it's like I will learn I say, "Oh, that looks cool." Right? Um like it's not me looking at like a big list of lenses, it's just like me seeing something thinking it's cool and then being like, oh well, if you want to know what that is, like that's what this is, and then I'm like, oh cool, like I want that, like you could say it's kind of childlike. I mean it's not like it's something it's something that I might even need to work on, but it's like because to be an it's like being an expert at things like require having that technical know-how. Like I'm just more inclined to be like, yeah, like, oh, what is it that they did like to make it look this way? And then I'll be like, and then it's like, well, this is how they did it. And then it'll be like, oh, nice. Now I know. Is any of this, does this like, I hate when people ask this, but it's like, does this make sense? And Peter says, if I know how something works, I can ascertain why it's being used. Yeah, I kind of think that if I know how something is used, I can ascertain how it works. Maybe, you know, it might be the other way around. I mean, if I'm being honest, I think I'm definitely inclined to think the opposite. You know, like, but it's weird though because I can see the utility, no pun intended, right, of why you would learn how something works before learning why it's used. Wait, how something works versus why it's being used? Ugh, I don't even know, man. But anyway, knowing how to use something is more valuable and has more utility to me than knowing why something works as it does. Okay, no, so it is that I agree with both. This would be the result, something that's a result of TI 7th. Yeah, maybe. TE works top down and TI works bottom up. TNT is among the simple ones to wrap your meow around, especially when up high. Yes. Um, well, I never thought it was that difficult for me to conceive. It's just that we're getting into the finer points of it right now. Like, you might even say we're TIing TI and TE. It's like the TI 7th reference is when you were getting at having trouble ascertaining the TI. I don't know. It's not. I don't know about it having trouble with it though. It's just more like literally like having the TE first and just being like, oh, like interesting how that works. And that's like, right, like want to know more? And I'll be like, yeah, depending on how like interested I am. But like in a lot of ways, I think I'd almost rather learn by doing, you know, which I don't even know if that's a thinking function, you know. In fact, I always think of it as being more of like an NE thing, you know, where I'm just like, or even an SE thing or an SI thing, whatever, right? Just kind of being like, learning what it is that needs to be done, right, to achieve a certain result and then building from there. So what did you say? Bottom up, top down, bottom up? Well, how would you I just think I care about the result first and then finding out how like I don't know, if I was building a car and I figure out, okay, it's like this is how you build a car. How do I explain it? I'm kind of at a loss for words. I mean, what's an even more basic example than a car? Like, I think the lens thing is a good example, like I don't know about lenses, but I can tell you what looks good. And if the TE of the situation is like the end result and the TI is the system, then you would say, yes, like I'm like seeing the end result and being like, that's interesting. How do I do that? And then learning the TI of it in order to achieve that effect. But, you know, it's not like it's not like I'm doing it just to know about lenses. I mean, it's probably a good thing though to do. That's the thing, is I don't think that I'm like TI. I don't think I devalue TI. Like it would be smart of me as someone, if I want to be a filmmaker, to be as versed in lenses as possible. But it's like, I guess you could say I'm just thinking more practically about it. Like just kind of like this is what it does, and then I'm learning from like the ground up, kind of, you know. Stating that this looks better as an end result is more TE. Saying this is better on paper is more TI. Oh wait, hold on. Eric and I agree that the first and third are an absolute value, but I see the sixth and eighth as being the bottom stacks absolute values. Yeah, I'll have to think about this stuff more. I mean, it's like, again, this absolute value stuff, like there's more to learn on my end here. Stating that this looks better as an end result is more TE. Saying that it's better on paper is more TI. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, I mean, by that metric, it's like I don't care really what's on paper. I mean, frankly, I don't know why anyone would. What good is it if it's just looks good on paper? Like someone can have an excellent resume and be a totally shitty worker. Is that TI versus TE? Someone could have a shitty resume and be an excellent worker. Is that TI TE? I don't know. Just because like an employee looks good on paper doesn't mean that they will actually be a good worker. You know what I mean? I would rather see and evaluate their performance and then go back and look at it. If it turns out they went to Harvard, oh, well, interesting. Interesting that they suck, you know? I mean, but it will at least give me some insight into how far they've fallen since their supposedly elite Harvard education. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. You know what I mean? It would be like, I would rather hear from someone like, you know, like, I don't know, man. It kind of depends though, too. I mean, I would think that a very TE way of looking at something would be like, I've done all of this stuff in my whole life, and this is what I've learned, and it's the things that they've done are like the TI, and what they've learned is the TE. Like that's the like important part. I mean, you can almost die in a car accident or you can climb Mount Everest, and both can make you walk away with, a newfound approach on life. I mean, that's not really so much like logic or whatever, but it'd be like you learned something from that, and like you can take away the same message, I guess. But now I'm just kind of like ranting and rambling. Like I'm just thinking about the kind of like the on paper thing. Like, but the learning stuff, I don't know, maybe that's more I don't know. But it is on an axis with TE. I would just say like the important part of that, I guess, isn't the the why, it's the how, maybe, kind of. Like, it's interesting to know, right? It's like with type, right? Like, it's interesting to know, but how does it really play out in real time? Like, that to me is like TI versus TE. And like, it's like, I don't care so much about the models and everything. It's like, does it does it work? But if it works, I find myself interested in how it works. You know what I mean? Like, obviously a big part of, if you have any like interest in it, right? I'd say that you pay the least attention to TI 7th, but this is a bias I have as a result of how I understand type to be. It's about things that are sound TI and things that are cogent TE. TI runs afoul because it can be internally consistent and still be unsound. Being sound is always a stronger position than being cogent. I guess I'll have to look into more what being sound is, more than like sound versus cogency. That's upstream. Right. Yeah, it is definitely time to upstream. Real time BT. 'Cause that's a good way. That's a good place to end it. Because let me get back to you on about the sound versus cogency thing. It's very interesting. Or sound. I guess you could say soundness versus cogency. That's very interesting. I was saying, I'll say, yeah, how now work it? Yeah, the real time BTE. Yeah, that makes sense. I was saying, I'll say it's in my Discord about me. Tell me what you think works. I'll tell you if it works. Nice. And time is the process that brings the unknown future into the recorded past via the present. Some BS regarding debating. I mean, I can only imagine the soundness is. I don't know. It's just interesting because you say it can be internally consistent and still be unsound, or rather, but it can still be, but um, cogent, right? Like, to go over it in an effort to argue with Eric. Yeah, I can only imagine, but I mean, there is something to that soundness versus cogency, like a sound argument versus a cogent argument. But yeah, it's like obviously it's better though to have a sound argument. It just comes back to this whole like TI supremacy thing that I always sort of take issue with. But I mean, I do understand why that is. It's more consistent. Oh, wait. Is it the opposite? I thought that cogence isn't cogency more like coherency or like and soundness is more like sturdiness kind of like let's just this will be the last thing. Okay. Soundness. The state of being in good condition, robustness, the quality of being based on valid reason or good judgment in logic. Yeah. It's more yeah, well, the quality of being competent or reliable, but then in soundness in logic, more precisely in deductive reasoning, an argument is sound if it is both valid in form and its premises are true. Cogency is the quality of being clear, logical, and convincing. Lucidity. I don't have an immediate logic definition. Oh, there is cogency philosophy, but a strong inductive argument with true premises. Ah, exactly. Similar to this is a great featured snippet here. It says, yeah, but it's so funny. I guess that's what you call these things here. So, like just reading it here about featured snippets, feedback. Similar to the concept of soundness for deductive arguments, a strong inductive argument with true premises is termed cogent. To say an argument is cogent is to say it is good, believable. There is good evidence that the conclusion is true. A weak argument cannot be cogent, nor can a strong one with a false premise or premises. False S in parentheses. Um, Peter says cogent arguments are considered strong, sound arguments are considered to be valid. Interesting. You make a strong argument versus you make a valid argument. I also need to learn a little bit more about the difference between inductive and deductive reasoning. I mean, I understand it as a like them as a basic, you know, I mean, inductive reasoning as I guess bringing more to the picture, whereas deductive reasoning is bringing less to the picture. Which is, yeah, I mean, that's consistent with TE, and TI. But Peter says, yeah, consistent and valid is sound, true and strong is cogent. Okay, nice. Yeah, this is some good truth and reality to consider. TE is inductive and TI is deductive. Yeah, exactly. And like on oh, wait, yeah, no, yeah, I know that. No, but yeah, good stuff. All right, I'm gonna stop now. Almost on 420, the weed number. Whoa. No, I'm just kidding, but that is funny though. It's about to be 4 hours and 20 minutes. Longer than I expected, but it's kind of perfect timing to stop now. But we shall continue this discussion, Peter. It's good stuff about typology and everything. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. Peace out, Peter. I'm not sure when. I might maybe I'll wind up doing a late night stream like tonight, but I'm not so sure. But probably tomorrow at the very least, at some point. So probably tomorrow at some point at the. Nope. I mean, yeah. Yeah, probably tomorrow at some point at the very least. So peace, fam.